Send stars to show your support. Siri_bot has joined Love. Artextric is now live. Streaming art, teaching anime art drawing while reacting to content. Bot Rix has correctly joined the channel. Artextric is now live. Streaming Genshin Impact, teaching anime art drawing while reacting to content.
That's so fucking good.
Or do you push into constant aching each and every day? Do you wish that you loved me? Is there something you give that you will never receive in return? Do you know what it is? Do you wish that you loved me? Now are you trying to live like everything is a lesson to learn? Can you ever forgive yourself? Do you wish that you loved me? My reflection just won't smile back at me like I know it should, and I would turn into a stranger in an instant if I could. And there is something eating me alive, I don't know what it is. Maybe
Okay, let's see where we're going for this. Okay, so as far as I see it, I wanted to have been early, much earlier, but stupid. Alright. So. Okay. Now. Okay, so hello. Hold on.
Says hello, Teach.
Hello. Okay, so
Says hello.
last I remember, I'm gonna check Instagram real quick because I was asked questions yesterday about stuff. So let me see real quick. We're back on track, I guess you can say. Really? Hold on. Please be enough. Okay, there we go. Okay.
Says how are you doing?
I'm doing well, doing my thing. Okay. Someone asked me. It was Mono. he asked me and showed me. Okay, let me save this. Okay. Oh, I know there's a. Okay, so let me put this in here. Image. So we have an idea what we're talking about. I don't think if I explain it, it's not going to make much sense. Let's see, we can see that. Okay. Alright, this is for Mono. I think it was Mono who asked this question. So Mono said, "Hi Teach, I already have a question. I started a new sketch and the whole thing seems a bit weird. In the angle. Like the head is turned, but the body isn't. I'm trying to rotate it, but it always ends up turned straight to me." Okay. The problem here is the fundamentals that we need to keep in mind. Okay. Oh wait, before I even say anything, I forgot to do one little thing. I got put in the. Did I make a thumbnail? I don't remember if I made a thumbnail or not, but let me see if I did. I think I did, but I don't remember. So we're going to see real quick before I answer this question. I'm never doing this again to my head. Okay. Okay. 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't. Good thing I saved that.
Says Teach, man, it's good to see you.
Hello. Good to see you too. I'm going to answer this question real quick, but I need to get my chat. Get the chat. Get the chat. Okay, there we go. New chat. No. Okay, keep. Okay, put this here. I don't think I made a thumbnail. It's kind of odd I didn't. I didn't make a thumbnail, my dumbass. Okay. Okay, let me see if I can just.
Says on YouTube there's no thumbnail.
I know. This Canva. Over here. Maybe I did, but I just didn't save it. Okay.
I've never seen you on this early. It's kind of surprising, no offense.
I would have been earlier, but I was too tired. Teaching and reacting. Teaching and reacting. Teaching and reacting. What should I put as a picture? What can I use as a picture? Trying to figure out what I can use as a picture. Okay.
Says understandable. I slept in this morning myself. Blamed the insomnia.
Yeah. Anime. Anime drawing. PNG. I don't really have anything. What can I use as an example?
Says heck, If insomnia was a battle, I'd be fighting it fist to fist, yes, sir.
Okay, maybe I should just make this quick. I'll probably have to make a new one later, but I'll just make this quick. Got an idea. Copy, get rid of this. Actually, I do like this, but I'll just keep that for now. And then put this instead. Put you and there we go. Okay. Teaching. Reacting. There we go. Okay.
Say, are you sketching on a new art program? This looks different.
Nope. I am not. I am not. Like that. It's not that enticing, but I'll just use this for now. As much as I want to. I should have made one last night, but I was too freaking lazy to do it. Dumbass. I'll have to make a whole new one, but I'll use this as a placeholder for now, so it doesn't look so atrocious to look. Okay, and there you go. Alright. Didn't want to do that, but it is what it is. Alright, so I'm gonna X this out, 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 I'm gonna X this out for now. Alright. Alright. I don't need to listen to this. Okay. Alright, so yes, Mono asks, how do I fix this? Because the drawing is looking directly at us, but it's not working. So what the issue that's happening here is that this is a golden example of lack of fundamentals. So the golden react let me turn this on. Alright, so like the thing that we need to look out for when doing these type of drawings is that there we go. What we're looking for is the idea of the fundamentals being placed in. So the fundamentals that we always have to look for, the first, that's usually the most prominent, is right here, is the, oops, I'm not prepared today, Jesus Christ, man, is shape, form, and gesture. These three things come in this particular order, and as you can see, there is no true there's shape, but the form is very off, and the gesture is also off alongside the perspective and proportions. Now, what I would do in this situation to analyze this is first, I would...
Hey Teach, I know you showed me how to do folds, but I was wondering if you could show how to do it around the arms and waist area once you finish with this one. I sent it to you on Discord BTW.
I'll do it after that. I have two actually. I have this one and then the second one, and then I'll do you, and then after that, I'll do a few sketchings on my own, and then we'll do some reactions, and then after that, when we're done with reactions, we'll get around doing some Genshin. Probably.
Says I gotcha. Thanks.
Yeah. All right. So for Mono, who may or may not be able to see this, depending on if you get in here early enough or not. Right here is that we need to make sure we have the base head is perfectly fine. But before you even get to the base head,
Says good afternoon, Teach. How are you?
we need to make the circle first. I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well as well. We make the circle first, and then we look at our drawing here, and we use something called the line of action. Now, I can see that you tried using it, but you just put it to the spine. As I can see, you kind of made it into a spine. So why I put the line through it is because it is not really a spine. It's just an energy line. It's a line of energy. It's not a spine. It can pretend to be one, but it's not a spine. So I would always look at it like that, then look at it as a spine. Okay. Now, once we have our circle and our line of action established, and we feel like we're in a good place, like you have to have the feeling of energy coming out of it. So you have to do it lightly. Don't do no chicken scratching anything, because that's going to, if you do things like this, it's going to look really odd, and it's not going to connect. So what I would do in this particular situation is to look closely. Hopefully you guys can see this. Is to look closely. Okay, there we go. So look closely at this, right? So I would be like one, like that. And then as for our body, the whole body, we have to make like this very organic box, okay? It's organic. It's not supposed to be like really hard. So we're using like softer shapes, because since we're not trying to be precise right now, we're just trying to get a character doing something. So preciseness is not really in our ball game right now.
Says hello.
So hello. So what we need to do is just make...
If I'm not mistaken, the arm that's behind her that can't be seen, the shoulder needs to be relaxed looking. Or so I've in it drawn that way.
It's not even that, because like the shoulder here is breaking itself to show some type of movement, and that's the problem.
Roses are roses,
so,
baby.
The best way to do this is to have like this line here that comes here, right? Actually, you don't have to do that. You can actually just put two circles here. Since we're using soft
Says okay.
circles,
I said that cause I've seen tricks to make it look relaxed from other artists.
like this. And we're following ourselves. Like that. And then we're showing a sense of, well, then again, since yours is going a certain direction, I would love to know what was the reference you used to do this, because I'm pretty sure you didn't do this from the top of your head. I'm pretty sure you was using some form of reference. That's something I would ask you, Mono, for that later on. I may have to redo this again, because I forgot to ask you for the reference you used. I just went based on what you drew. So I'm just gonna go exactly how you drew it and try to make it better. So first thing, when you're even making the line of action, there's something called the gearbox. So I'm going to like this. And remember, the gearbox is basically a crank that makes it easy for you to place the head. So, for those who don't know, you make a circle, right? And then you put another circle within that circle. And you use this circle as a crank or some form of gear. The reason I say gearbox because the circle is like a cog, right? And the box is your head because your head's more of a box than a rounded. It's not really round. It's actually a box. To believe it or not. The reason I say this is because if you want to be more precise, the head will be more like a box in that sense. So if I were to draw a box like this, oops, like that, sorry. And then now from this point on, oops, like that. Now we're drawing the character. Now we're drawing the character as we're looking directly over them. You can see their feet here.
Says how have you been teach?
I'm doing well. I'm just over here teaching. So you put the hands right here.
Says hey, I think I've used that method when I draw male anim heads sometimes.
Let's see. Like that. And then we have our character standing in this perspective because we use the box. Because based on how the box is placed, it lets me know where my head is going to be looking. So if I drew the head box like this, say like that, and I put a circle in here, and put another circle in here, the gearbox is just literally like using a plane. We're using the plane of the box to indicate the direction of where we're looking at, like that. Right.
They're always happy to see you. They make you feel better, just
Like that, see? So we know where the eyes are. Oops, not that. I know where this eye is. So I can... Oh, let me bring this up a little bit, because I know you guys will fucking hate this. Okay, like that. So we have a head like that. So that's what I'm saying. Alright. So to make things easier. So what we're gonna do, circle. Line of action. Gearbox. Because it's the direction where the head is looking anyway. Now, I'm not really worried about the manliness of the face because we're just trying, or the jawline.
Says good afternoon, everyone.
You can always soften it up. Hey, what's up? So I'm going to try follow how you drew it. I may have to redo this next time when either you're on or anything, so you can give me a reference on what you was using. Because I know this is not the right way of drawing it.
Does the box method also work for drawing male anim heads as well?
It works for anything. Animals, monsters, demons, it doesn't matter. Weapons. Let's see. So I'm going to assume that your arm was... I'm going to put a little bit more of an emphasis like this. Because remember, yes, the arms are adjacent from each other. I mean, the shoulders are adjacent from each other.
Says there was one pic I used for the pose on Pinterest and I lost.
Let me see. Oh. Okay, so right here, as I'm making this. Okay, now I'm going to be mindful of the shoulders because
Says it should be there if you saved it on Pinterest.
I don't know, I'll check later. But like, let me see. Let's see here. Oh my god, dude, that is so annoying. Hold on, I'm gonna turn you off. You're so annoying.
Says I pressed save, but it didn't save. Says ouch my ears.
That is so annoying. Okay. So I'm going to... Gosh. I'm going to give it some curve.
Says what you Twitter.
It's on the screen. Everything you see is exactly what it's spelled on Twitter. It's on the screen. Link in bio. So I'm going to erase this part. Okay, and then we're going to make the shoulders like this. Okay.
Says hi.
The issue here. Hello. The issue here is that the head is too straightforward, right? So we need to fix that. And plus, it feels like it's kind of like robotic. So we need to. I made a mistake of making it a little bit too straightforward. So what we're gonna do. Okay. Make it smaller. Make the head kind of have a little more personality. So it looking like as we just have it just do its thing by giving some curve around the neck where we can see it up to the shoulder. And then the other hand.
Says that pose works if the character is like posing sometimes.
Let's see, like that.
Says I sent you my new attempt on Insta just now.
Yeah. Okay, so what we're gonna do. Okay. Now, the face is looking a little too manly, so we're going to erase this part, because I know that this is supposed to be pretty much female-based, or at least have female features, so I'm going to round off the face and make it a little more, because the difference between males' faces and women's faces is that, especially really effeminate ones, is that you have to round off the cheeks and the chin. The chin is pointier than that of the male's chin or so.
Why stay in a
Hold on.
hotel with more kids?
Let me see here. I can't, right? Like that, right? Okay. And then the other shoulder. We can't even, we're not even supposed to see it. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think that's where most beginners have this problem, where they try to give too much information because they want to show that they know where the body parts are, and that's where the problem comes in, because we put too much emphasis on trying to show that we know where the body parts are than trying to layer over the body parts. That's why this is why when you drew the arms and everything like this,
Says good afternoon, everyone.
it's showing everything.
True.
So there's no sense
And
of
male faces I've found or learned get kind of more pointy in the jawline depending on the age and muscle.
yeah, but like this is why the idea of depth comes in this particular situation. So like, oops, this arm looks really weird, but I'll just mess with it for now. Okay. So like the arm is gonna be about here. I think it's a little bit too elongated, to be honest. Like this.
Says shucks. I used a reference from a TikToker to copy his face on the drawing.
Okay. Let me show the clavicle. The clavicle actually will reinforce the direction where the character's looking. It'll wrap around here, and then we have the breast going like this. Right, now we're looking directly. Oh, and another thing to reinforce where the face is looking, the crosshair will help as well. Right there. So we can see a
Says
little
the
bit
what
of
now?
eye here.
Clavicle.
Right there. It's the shoulder blades. Clavicle that connects to the shoulder blades. Right here. And then we'll put something here to indicate X, Y, and Z. So that's pretty much what it is. And then what we'll do is turn this down. And then we'll just
Says I would show the reference, but it's mostly already sketched out except for a couple parts.
Free to play with a chance at $2,000 every day. Reward Machine is your chance at the #1 feeling, winning. Ranking higher than the third.
now the neck is a little bit too.
Successful.
Okay, we got. Yeah, there we go. We have to make sure the neck was not too wide, because it'll look too manly looking. That's not what we're looking for. Okay, like this, and then.
Anyway, how has your day been so far?
It's been alright. It's pretty good. I just got up and got straight to drawing. Okay, so we're gonna. And then the head looks like this. The head is not a round circle like this, because
Says howdy.
the problem is that it makes the head look flat. To give your drawing a little more depth, okay, is to turn this down. Is to look closely at the head here as it's being made,
Says it, beanbag, howdy.
I would pull this back here to indicate that it's looking a direction. That's the problem, because once you make it look like this, it's too flat, and you don't know where the ears are gonna indicate. So we have to make sure there's a cranium back there. Like here, the head is not a round circle. It is more of a box cranium.
Says at Britriclos, what
Okay.
reckoning partner is there a snake in ye boot?
Let's see here. Let's see. Remember me.
Says it, beanbaggle now.
When the rain gathers.
Says yeehaw. Says at Britriclos PFFT, I hope you're doing well.
Okay, like this. And then another thing I would like for most beginners to do, if you're going to do a cleaner sketch, this is what I want you all to do. When you're doing a cleaner sketch, leave gaps. So what that means is when I make a line for the sketch, I leave a gap open, like this.
Says it, beanbag, I am hope you're also doing well.
Let me use an example. Like 1, 2.
Says how are you
3.
teach?
I'm doing well. Like this. Oop.
Says at Britriclos, it good.
Okay, and then we'll leave a gap between them. The reason I do this, I've learned this from anime, from mangakas or anime artists, that they leave these gaps to give a resting point, so they don't have to put too much commit. It's a more easier way to keep committing to the sketch to be more cleaner. And it has a certain aesthetic to itself. Oops. Oops. No. Oops, can't see it better. There we go. And you start from here. And do it
Says
good.
teach, can you show me the thing you said you would show me?
Hold on. I'm at. Wait, this is. I gotta wait for you. Gotta wait on your turn. I'm actually doing Mono, and then I'll do you next. Because he's not gonna be in class today.
Says teach has a lot of art students to tend to today, lol.
Okay, here. And then like this. I think most of you should try this method out. It makes it a lot more easier to do line art in this sense. To a certain extent, because if you do it this way, it makes it a little more easy to do the line art. Just give it a try. I know it's gonna be kind of weird to do it, but if you make it more of a habit, it will probably come out a lot better than you think. Like, do this as a way of making the cleaner sketch, not the line art, but a cleaner version of the sketch. So this is one way of doing how to do stuff. So it looks a lot more cleaned out. It's not perfect, but it's a lot more cleaned out than you have something than nothing, right? So that's something you should keep in mind, like this. Or so. Oh, got it. Okay. I would just take away the eyes for now, and that's it. Okay. So I hope this answers Mono's question.
They actually tell you the game that you are playing on TikTok now. It says the art chat though.
I know. I purposely did. There's no art one. There's no art category when you're using the computer. Stupid as fuck, but it makes no sense.
Says AWW said.
This is why I may.
Says it more a yarn meep.
This is exactly why I may have to come back to using the phone. I don't think it makes sense for me to stream doing artwork when on the computer.
Says at Brightriclos meep.
That might have to happen. Alright, so I pretty much answered the question here. So the what Mono needs to look for is the idea of shape. So shape based on like making the circles, shape, and line of action. So shape and line. So like this.
Says, hey teach, I sent actual sketch on Discord for later.
Yes, I know. Let's see here.
Says, oh, I really like this setup.
And then, I know most of you do. But I may have to go back and use the phone again because my agent told me that for some odd reason TikTok favors the phone.
Says, sorry, my brain's racing. It'll shush now.
And let me see, and we'll see here. And then we'll put the circles here. Indicate the body like this. Like that, like a beanbag. So use like a beanbag. So when I said the word shape, you don't have to have an established shape like a triangle or something, but something that indicates that this is supposed to be the body. Okay? Just like this, right? And then the other half is going to be like okay, like this. Right, and then, because remember, once you make the line of action, this is something you're going to follow as a form of energy for your drawings from this point on, okay? So when you do this, then you can make whatever appendages you want and stuff. But be aware of the layering. Layering as in depth.
Says teach, I did it again and send it to you.
Oh, I'm actually doing it right now. Alright. Actually, I would like to know the reference that you use. This whole thing was dedicated to you on the... This whole first segment was for you. Let me see.
Says if I find it again.
Let me see. Okay, watching right now. Is this better? I tried to use what you said and did it. And did. Okay. Well, more better. It's a better improvement than it was before. So you're on the right track. It's gonna take some time of like getting that muscle memory based on, because you have to. Don't draw the parts that's being layered on top of first. So like you see how you have the arm. Okay, let me just save it and just call it. It's gonna be hard to explain. Okay, so based on what I'm seeing here, import image. You say I'm worthy. Okay, get rid of this. So like, as you can see, based on what Mono did, you have to make sure when you're drawing this. Okay, when you're drawing this, I mean this right here. Oop. Wait, is it leveled up? Yeah, when you're drawing this,
Says, hey, it looks better.
you have to make sure of something, that there is a sense of layering. So like the shoulder, you see how you see the shoulder and the arm? I would not draw these as like one, because what happens is you guys try to draw as like one whole shape. I would draw them in pieces like I have it here. So like what comes first is the head, because it's not being overlayered by anything. Then it goes down with the line of action. Okay, right here, and then I would indicate based on, I'll make the bean bag method, like I'll bean bag the torso.
Says you
to
mean
the,
she has to sort of separate the neck and the shoulders to show movement.
let me see.
This is the mark of a fighter.
She has to sort of separate the neck and shoulders to show movement. No, I'm talking about just the overall everything. So like the shoulder, this is the bean, and then you put a section here and a section here. Right. And then you can then put the shoulders here. Make them rounded. You can make them come out of each other like this. They don't have to like be as one shape. You just have to separate them based on where their placements is. And then once you have an understanding where the placement is, like the arm here.
Says, man, I could learn a few tricks from you.
Like this. And then the other arm will be here. For whatever reason, it doesn't have to be like that. And remember, the shoulders don't have to be this small.
Says, oh, I understand. So I could do this to see where things overlap.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. Because what happens is we try to draw the reference as like one whole drawing, then pieces that overlap each other. You should always draw what's being overlapped under first, then draw what's on top. Because when you try to draw what's on top and you try to draw something behind it, it's going to look really awkward. So draw what's behind first, or at least draw everything that
Says,
that.
yeah, I will try to use that in my next sketch.
Yeah, try doing that, and then you will get a more better reference. It's not gonna look fine the very first few times you do it, But if you make it into a...
Says teach, then how come male Adam's shoulders look more wide?
They are. They actually are. Shit. Male shoulders are actually more wider. I just made these too small. Because the neck is looking too big. The neck has to be small. Right there.
Says okay. Figured I'd just ask.
Yeah. Like that, and then... I made the head too big. We grab this and make it smaller. So pretty much that's what you need to do right now, Mono. Just practice something like that, and then you will have a better outcome on that behalf. Okay, so I think I answered the question. So I'm going to probably move on to the next student, and it's Bob. Bob asked me a question as well from Instagram, and then I'll go to Ari next after Bob.
Says MHM, yeah, I will. Thanks.
No problem. If you have any other questions, please feel free to ask. Just be clear, anyone who wants their questions to be answered, you have to be a TikTok student. So to become a TikTok student, you must become a subscriber. That's when you consider it, or a Patreon member. Either one. Oh god, why is it doing this stupid shit? God, I hate when it does that. Okay. I need you to see me for what I am. Let me go to Bob. Okay, so I remember Bob. Okay. Bob wanted to know if drawing hair, he wanted an opinion on his drawing hair. I'm going to show that.
Says I found the reference photo that is not the same I used, but is very close.
Okay.
Says teach if I show you the reference I used for the character, would it be alright if you didn't show? Says
Fine.
his profile pic.
Okay, so like it's kind of hard to see it because he used a very light brush. But as you can see, this is supposed to indicate hair. Now, when you're drawing hair, you have to keep in mind that hair is
Says
very
hi,
unpredictable.
Artextric.
Hello. Hair is extremely unpredictable. And because it's unpredictable, I think we need more likes to bring in more people, guys. I'm sorry. We gotta hit them likes. Because, like, I don't think I'm going to be... I honestly believe I should stop using the computer to stream to TikTok. I think I may have to just stream to the phone. Because, like, my agent's probably right. Doing things on the... It seems like when it comes
Says
to
Tour,
playing
welcome
game,
to the stream tour.
I should only use the...
Says looks kind of wavy, this hair does.
I think what's gonna happen is that I may have to just like use the computer version.
Says I keep getting my Higurana mixed up.
My computer version of how I do things only when I'm playing game. I don't think I should use it to teach because it's... Whoa, what the hell? Why is his neck... Hold on.
I wouldn't object to you streaming over phone. That was fun.
Let me see. Why is it so damn close? Oh wait, I get it now. Okay. I think I fixed it. I'm not totally sure. So yeah, I think
Says
from now
I
on,
liked.
I'm gonna probably do everything on the phone again. But when I'm playing game, I'll just use the desktop version of it. Because it seemed like we had more people when I was playing Genshin compared to I was drawing on phone. On the
Says I'm guessing this was a
desktop.
Pinterest hair reference.
Or something like that. So based on the hairstyle that's here, we need to keep in mind that when you're drawing hair, there's something called split ends. Split ends comes in, but the problem is that we're drawing the hair as if it's some type of
Says I like the
predictable
stream
thing.
from the phone a bit more since the view was a bit wider.
Oh, I guess. Let me see. Let me get a reference real quick. So like for instance, okay, there's a few things
Says
when drawing
Genshin
hair.
I'm madly popular.
When drawing a few things here, when you're drawing the head, you have to keep in mind to. Thank you. That was fun. So what we need to do is like that, right? At the head, like that, and like that. Okay. Alright, so in this particular situation, we have to keep in mind when you're drawing hair flows. It's not like hair gets chunky, but it doesn't get chunky the way that Bob drew it. So like when you're drawing hair, there's 2 or 3 ways you can do this. You can use the paint method, which I think I would probably recommend anyone to do. But if you're going to draw it, make sure you're making like
Says like ribbons.
Yeah, but like you have to draw them based on a shape. So like if you draw them like this, say you draw like this, right? Like this. Right. Like this, right? And then what you do is turn this down a little bit. And then what we'll do is actually not no, that's gonna confuse people. This is how I'm gonna probably do it. Like this. I'm gonna just keep it basic. And then what we'll do is, thank you, Chloe. Let me make it like this one, like this. Alright. But the head is not this rounded like this. You have to put bumps, like you can get away for it being rounded like this, but you have to have some indication of it having some bumps. But I'm just gonna keep it simplistic, just for that. And then what you need to do is when you're drawing the hair doesn't stay chunky all the way through. This is where the problem is. See here? I know it's hard to see it. It's kind of really hard to see it. Okay. I don't think I can. Oh wait, you know what? I'll do it this way.
Says Chrissy challenged me to a random fasting day and now regretting it lol.
I don't know how that happened, but I wish I could make this darker. I can't, but I wish I can. I really wish I could. But the whole point is that I have to zoom in then. Ultimately I just have to zoom in. So like as you can see, you see how this is really like open and wide? That doesn't really look like hair, right? Hair tends to be thick at the beginning and thins out at the end. It doesn't stay all the way thick all the way. there are some few exceptions, but let's just keep it real in that sense. Keep it real. We're keeping it real. But so see how wide that is? It's not supposed to be like that. So like it's supposed to stay big, and then it kind of gets smaller as it goes. So like it thins out. That's what I'm saying to you. That's what I'm ultimately saying. So like if I were to redraw, if I were to draw over this, I wouldn't draw it with these big thick. You know what I'm saying? This is where the problem comes in. What you're supposed to do is draw it like this. See how it's thickening here and then thinning out as it goes? It's too wide. Hair doesn't stay wide. It tends to thin out as it goes. And not exactly like this, but like I'm just saying as an example. So if I were to draw this like this, I wouldn't draw it that wide. I'll be trying to thin as I go. And then keep this thick. Oops. I'm saying like that. So always when you're drawing hair, but when it comes to these little strands, it'll be like this. Okay. Little strand like this. Right? And then like this. Look closely at it because sometimes it's really hard to break away. Nope, don't want to thick. Okay, there we go. Saying like it's kind of like that, and then this is a giant gap. This feels really unnatural. See how big that gap is? That's a giant gap in the hair. You don't want that to happen. Now, if you're drawing hair, I would say for most people, if you're learning how to draw hair, try to learn to draw hair short and then gradually learn how to draw long hair. I would recommend that than someone trying to learn how to draw long hair off the bat like that, because we get too caught up of trying to make it look like hair that it doesn't look like hair. Hair is very flowy. When I'm drawing hair, I don't really draw it like I'm calculating where the hair is. I kind of just let
You
my
mean I've been
movement.
learning hair in reverse?
Yeah, pretty much. Like, so everything that I'm saying is that when the hair is at the scalp, it's pretty wide, and then when it goes away from the scalp, it gets thinned. Alright? Even when there's movement, say if there was movement, oh, I'll do on this one. Say if there was movement, it's gonna be ultimately big because it's literally on the head where it's coming from. But as it goes, if you watch closely, I'm thinning it out as I'm going.
Says it, Chloe Collins.
And then these little strands of hair. See how it gets gradually, like it was thick here. I don't know if you can see it well. Please tell me. Oh man, it's too thick. Like this.
Says looks like a windy day.
Yeah. That. See how I make like one strand of a line, and then make the line like this? like that. So I make, like, I'm to show you guys, I make a genuine, like, I make indication where the hairs, this is where the hair is. It's gonna be coming out of, and then I have a direction where I'm going is this way. So everything is gonna come back to here. So I'm going to like 1, 2, 3, 4, oops, 5, right? And then all you have to do, oops, and then okay, and then make that kind of like that, you know. A little bit over the top, but kind of like that. So like with hair that Bob did, what you need to keep in mind is one, when hair is coming down the face, thick, thin, right? Thicken first, thin out at the end. Try to get as thin as possible before that happens, because it looks more believable. Let's just say it looks more believable.
Says, hey, teach, for how long will you be live? Because I have to go and I will come back later.
I'm actually going to move on to Ari after this one. And then I'm gonna probably do a few sketches, because I think I answered all my students' questions, those that asked me. Let me see. Where is my chat? Where's the chat? I'll be streaming art for two and a half more hours, I believe. Because I have to do this, and I have to get, and then after I'm done with the students, I'm gonna be sketching while listening to content to give my opinion on for future videos. And then when we done around like 6, I guess I'll get around playing a little Genshin for like 2 hours till 8, and then get off. Yeah, there's too much going on here.
Says yes, Genshin.
Let's see here. Yeah. Oops.
Says okay, I will come back in an hour.
Or you can
Says
actually
CIA.
do it. You can do it. Okay, you can do it in reverse. Actually, sometimes you can actually do this in reverse. So like, depending if you have to be mindful of it too, because anime hair is weird. But like, you can actually start small and then thicken at the end. Right? You can do that, but you have to be mindful of what you're doing, like a pattern in some form. Like it could be thickened at the end and then thins at the bottom. The problem is most people do, they draw the anime hair as one whole shape.
I got a bunch of apps to help with learning Japanese.
Ooh.
I keep getting notifications from one saying take your JLPT today, like I'm still on my ABCs.
Was it the lingo? I saw. But like, to answer your question, Bob, the only thing you need to worry about is one. I would also do just do the molding method. So what you do is you make an overall shape. say like we're making an overall shape for a, like, let's just say this is a shape that we're making for a anime character.
I keep getting my hiragana mixed up.
With what? The katakana? Like this, right? Let's just say this is the hairstyle. It looks really ridiculous.
Know each other.
Kind of looks like a Karen haircut, but we're just gonna run with that for now. Alright, and then what we'll do is turn this down, make a new layer, and then what we'll do is we'll use this as the mediator for that. What the fuck?
I can tell the difference between hiragana, katakana, and kanji though.
By looking at it? Like this.
I don't know what they say, but I know which one they are.
Okay. One thing for me is when you learn, it's not about the hiraganas, the katakanas. It's like if you can actually
download Genshin Impact for free and start your magical adventure.
I'm taking you
Create a new player, reach adventure rank 6, and complete the license to glide quest to support the stream. https://sterms.net/genshin_artextric.
So
Gotta tell myself you can't learn a language overnight.
You can't. It's very rare if anyone could do that.
Alright, where is that robot? He's driving me nuts.
And then now you have yourself a hairstyle. It's not the best, but you can do this as a form of like a mapping how to draw the hair if you want to do that instead. It's not a very attractive haircut, but I'm just using this as a placeholder to just give you an understanding how you can draw hair that way. Now you can probably make this look a lot better than I have it right here, but I'm just using an example. It's not the best haircut, I know that for a fact, but I'm just saying, like, it's something you can use as a method if you're having a hard time. So if you make like some type of shape, you can use that shape to at least have a mapping of what the hair may look like. But it doesn't have to be exactly that. So I hope that answers the question in that sense. And as you can see at the end, I'm making split ends. Oops. But it has to be smaller than the actual like thick of the hair that's sticking out mainly.
Be a support hero today. By using commands like /donation and /cash app.
what I can do is something like this. I can just like, oops. And then here's the stuff. You can make modifications to the hair. You don't have to be exactly the shape you had it before, but just have like a placeholder to at least see where the hair is going to go. And if you don't like it, just make some modifications to it, and then you can probably get a better looking version of what the hair was supposed to be. And I don't know why I'm how to find back in anger. Alright, there you go. But I would start with short hair first. Work your way through short hair, get really comfortable with it, and then move on to longer hair. Because it'll be a lot more easier. Because we try to make it look super anime to the point that it looks like someone spit in our hair, and then we just got a bunch of like stiff hair. Ugh. Yep. So that's pretty much what that is. So just focus on doing short hair for a while and then do that. Okay. Now I'm gonna move on. If you're still having trouble, please let me know and I'll try to explain it better. Okay, now I'm gonna go to. This was for Bob, just to let you know. That whole hair segment. The first segment was for Mono. The second one was for Bob. Now I'm going to Ari. And then I'll start doing my sketches, and then as I'm watching YouTube drama stuff, podcasting.
Says okay, thanks.
Let's see.
Says in going to bed now, bye.
Alright, no problem, Bob. Laters. Thank you for coming in.
Says who's next?
It's Ari. Let's see.
Says who me? I lost track.
Moving on. What the fuck? Since when? Okay. Mr. Happy Boy. Is this Ari? Yep, that's Ari. I don't know why. Okay. Let me see here. It's this guy's hair. It's hard to get. Wait, which one I'm looking at? The hair? Or am I looking at the? What am I looking at here? Making holes. I wanted to because of the reference I took.
It's for drawing the hoodie. It's cause his neck is sort of muscular that stopped me in my tracks.
Muscular. technically don't have to draw this, but like, I guess I'll just use this for a faster. Actually, Ari, there is a video on this very thing. I already did on YouTube, but let me see. I'm gonna just use this as a placeholder. I don't know what this one get to, but I need to because I'm on a tight schedule. So I'm going to. Okay, so as I
Says,
can
yeah,
see,
that's the reference.
I'm going to use this as a placeholder real quick to give you whatever you need. So now, as you can see,
I think I sent you the drawing, but on his neck it's sort of wide and I wasn't exactly sure how to draw the hoodie that's oversized look like it's like fitted on him cause he's kind of muscular sort of.
okay, I'm going to put this up. If this is a male, then we have to put emphasis on the neck. Like this. So okay. Now, based on what we're seeing here, oops. That.
I tried to find better references of those oversized hoodies on male anime characters, but it came up pretty dry.
There's really not much to learn from the hoodie. I don't know where you're having this problem. Hoodie is pretty much just a folded thing and that's it. The issue that's you're probably having is that it's not really... Let me see, let me look at what you're... Let's see what we got here. Yeah, you're not. What's the problem is you're drawing it like a shirt. The problem is you're drawing it like a shirt. That's where the issue is coming in. And where the issue is coming in is like you're pulling wrinkles and stuff. Wrinkles when you're supposed to draw the character with folds. Hold on. Alright, so I'm going to take this away. We don't really need this now. What we need to do is turn this down. And I'm going to
Always happy to see you. They make you feel better just by
look at this
existing.
shirt. Now, we all know that the V is going to be, this V part
You'll
is,
never be able to repay
is the
the
indication
love
where
you
the
love.
hoodie is and
An
begins.
endless supply of the world's cutest toys
Right?
and yummiest treats is a good
Like
start.
this.
Thank your dog every month with BarkBox.
Like
Subscribe
this.
now at barkbox.com.
And then like that. Being
Says isn't working now. Says the neck was also a little muscular, so I fixed the neck.
And your living room.
the neck being muscular doesn't really mean anything because since this is just a hoodie, the hoodie is going to
In a hotel room.
pretty much mask everything.
Get an Airbnb.
So what this means is when I'm drawing the hoodie, I'm drawing it where the tension points are coming from. The tension is coming from here, here, and maybe a little bit here, and not much really here because it's pretty relaxed, but let's just go with that. So I'm going to indicate
Says my messages wouldn't go through.
this. So and then what we need to do is make some bumps.
Teach around the hands, with the hoodie tighten a little to show like the hoodie is gripping the hands.
With the hands gripping around the yes, because there's tension happening. That. And because it's a hoodie, since it's a hoodie, thank you, Souls, I appreciate it. I don't even know. Oops. I kind of hear this part. I feel like I'm playing a Castlevania type game. Playing some type of RPG.
I tried to draw the head like the reference, but I had to change it up a little cause his head was a bit more muscular. The one thing we don't want to do is make it look robotic.
Says if I'm not mistaken, his body is also kind of turned. Says, how are you?
Tonight's dinner
I
is going to
am.
be great with McCormick.
I'm fine. Doing my thing, just teaching. Yes. And then we have to use. And I don't think it would be this straight off. I think it would be like kind of like.
Every once in a while, something changes, and she's changing me. It's too late for me now.
Okay.
I am altered. There is something beneath. She's not acid, no alkaline. Caught between black and white. Not quite either day or night. She's perfectly misaligned. I'm caught up in her design.
And like the hoodie will be right here.
I see in a different light. The objects of my desire.
There are two things that folds mostly. Hoodies and leather jackets. What wrinkles is like t-shirts. Oh, hoodies, leather jackets, and sweaters. Because they're thicker, therefore they're going to fold. When it's thinner, it wrinkles. So that's something you should keep in mind.
Is there a trick to center the spot where they sometimes put their hands? Placing that has always thrown me off a little.
Actually depends on how you drew it. Draw it. This is why you don't do stuff like this. You should learn how to draw the human body first. And gesture your way through. Because this causes too much layer of complexity for beginners. Because if you can't draw like, if the muscular part is always such a bother, you should learn how to draw the muscular parts in a way that it makes it easy for you to do it. But like, if it's like...
Says okay. I rough sketched it, then focused on this part after.
Okay. Okay, and these pants are like this.
Nourish your gut with Benefiber.
He wasn't exactly muscular, but I forget how to do the folds sometimes in the clothes. I do it sometimes as a light warm-up practice.
What you need to do when you're drawing clothing is that you make bumps up the edges of the outlines, so it doesn't feel thin. Because what we try to do is try to do the wrinkles, and when we put wrinkles, it looks weird and robotic. Like for instance, like you put a bump and wrap it around here. So like. Okay, you have to make sure like this.
A trick someone told me was that if I draw hoodies that are large to make them look wavy with the lines to show the crevices and stuff.
Yep.
The more relaxed they are, the more lines appear.
More folds you mean? I know what you mean. Very rarely I have a wrinkle that just folds.
Says yeah, folds. Sorry, my brain's not working.
Yeah, that's fine. So ultimately, the only way to do this is to... I think the best way to learn to outline. I did a video on this very thing on YouTube back when I made tutorials. It's there, but I don't know if you want to go see it.
Says I may check it out later. I forgot when they relax the folds pop out more.
Yep.
Says yes, sir, I can finally message now.
Very
Says
cute.
it Landsart's nice.
Hello, Lance. Alright, so I think I answered the question, I think.
Teach, since he's sort of looking at us at an angle, would I draw some folds around his chest area as well to show he's looking at us?
That depends if he's moving. If you want to, but like, that only depends if he's doing something. It's based on the action that the folds will... Folds only appear based on action. It just doesn't appear out of nowhere. There's a pattern, there's a method to this. It's based on movement and overall just like how exaggerated the movement is. Okay, this is actually wrong here, but I'm just gonna keep it that way for now.
Says alright, cause the reference it looked like he was turning.
That depends. If you want to, you can, because like... Well, it really depends on the reference itself.
Says kind of. I couldn't tell with that particular pie.
Or so.
Says at Lancert's the messaging was messed up for me too.
Okay. I think I answered the question here. It really depends on what action the character is doing for the polls to come up. How are you, Fears? What's going on, Fears? Avery. Avery. Alright. I think I answered the question, so I think I just do... I did my job here to a certain extent. Now, we're gonna go on and I guess I'll move on. I think I answered the question. So, let's see here. Okay, so, let's see.
Says how long have you been live for?
Okay. Thanks, Teach.
No problem.
That helped me out a ton.
No problem.
Thanks, Hugging Face, Hugging Face.
I've been only on for a good hour and 42 minutes. So we're gonna, as I'm working, as I'm just sketching anime girls now, I'm gonna erase all this. I don't need this anymore. I don't know this anymore. Well, let's go. I guess we'll just listen to some podcasts this way. So, last I checked, Clownfix Lovely Complex Localizer fired for something. Is the anime dub. I kind of noticed, you guys, the podcast clips that I post on YouTube gets a lot more views when it's about anime or something that has to do with comic books. So, or anything pop culture wise, nothing too random. So let's do this one. It says Hollywood.
This may a bit ridiculous, but when I draw wrinkles and folds on clothing, I find them easier to do on males since girls have the chest and it can change the way the clothing moves. LOL, face with tears of joy.
Yeah, that can happen. Alright, so let me see. One. Yeah. Okay, you guys can see it. But I noticed that you can see. Okay. There we go. Okay. Hold on. Oh. There we go. So let's see what Cloudfizz is talking about, because they mentioned something about AI and how AI is going to destroy everything. We all saw this coming. The Terminators are coming to destroy us and take our jobs. It is what it is.
Says okay.
So let's see what this is about. Let's go, Clownfish. Wait,
hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon. I am here with Geeky Sparkles.
Cool. Okay.
And we're going to talk about AI because it's getting scary good, and it's coming for Hollywood.
I say bring them on
pretty quickly.
You should be scared, because what I saw, well, not scared, but what I saw, based on Marquis Tech Reviews, or I think Marquis something about his name, the black guy who does tech reviews, the famous one, he showed like a whole, I don't know if I should show that instead. He showed a whole like segment of like AI videos, and I couldn't, like, if I was looking at it, I would not tell it was AI. There is some things you can actually indicate that is AI, but if you're not looking for AI, you would not notice it.
OpenAI released videos earlier today.
It is that good.
Showing their new video creation tool. So you thought AI images were scary good. You thought some writing was scary good. It's doing full video now.
Yeah.
It's doing Pixar
Says I has
quality
improved
animation.
so
Well, that's
much
animation,
in
but
just
like
when
even
you now
the
imagine
scenes.
it
I mean,
in
there are
5
problems
to
with the
10
scenes,
years.
but you know.
This is the first pass, right? So let's talk about this. We're going to talk about everything going on with Hollywood and AI and how rightfully afraid. I mean, I'm going to be honest. If you're working in Hollywood, you should be afraid because the AI eventually is going to be able to do a lot of at least the pre-visual stuff.
Yeah.
It might not be the finished
I'm
product
honestly
yet,
kind of used to it.
but it's eventually going to get there.
A lot of the references I
imagine.
use are sometimes AI generated, but that might be because I can't tell what's human and what's AI. I feel a little stupid sometimes cause of that.
There's nothing to feel stupid about. You can't tell the difference. You really can't tell the difference most cases. No, you can tell the difference now because AI has a specific type of art style. If you're looking at anime, you can kind of tell, but like you really can't tell if you're like your mom or your dad or your siblings or anything that doesn't do with anime.
Says fair point.
They're not going to see the difference.
Says, can y'all see my messages?
Being able to do 3D animation without actually having to render anything yourself. You're just like, hey.
Oh yeah, here's the prompt. Animated scene features a close-up of a short fluffy monster kneeling beside a melted red candle. Art style is a 3D and realistic with a focus on lighting and texture.
Yeah.
The mood of the painting is one of wonder and curiosity.
I mean, this is
Says it lands
freakish,
yeah,
really good.
I can.
And this is the early attempts, right? So we'll talk about that. We're going to talk about publishers now trying to wheel and deal with AI because
Says,
we're
yeah,
seeing, especially with Google, what is killing blog traffic is the fact that Google now gives you an AI answer at the top of the page. Bing is doing it too.
Yeah, and then we were talking about this before where they were basically offering cash if they could use the whole back catalog of different publications to try to train their AI.
Yeah, and these publishers, they're desperate for money. They're looking, and again, these are mostly business people, finance people. They're not creatives. They're looking at the long-term viability of these publications they own, and they're probably like, you know what? We'll take the money, whatever.
Yeah, you gotta look at it. You gotta look at it like this. As much as anyone who's if you're in the creative space, meaning if you're at video editing to artwork to
Says that a known user for 5K cause it works then doesn't
Hey
work.
Teach, sorry I don't mean to distract, but with AI generated anime sketches that we see on Pinterest, are those mostly used for like anime games? Is that why they're different than normal anime?
I'm pretty sure they would be at some point. Like for instance, Pal World. Pal World is generated based on Pokemon assets, but it looks like someone drew the Pokemon sketches.
Says cause they don't look like the kind of anime they use for shows.
No, because it's pretty much obvious, but it's gonna get to a point where it can actually copy art styles. Like if it can do that with Pokemon, it definitely can do it with anyone else's work. See, what you guys don't understand, it doesn't make anything new. What it does, it takes what is already previously existing and just use that as an algorithmic concept to make whatever it needs to be. So like if you have 2,000 different Pokemon, which I think there's about that much, or probably even more than that, it doesn't need to make anything new. It just takes previous works and just smash it together to make it seem a bit appealing. That's what it does. It doesn't make new stuff. It just takes old stuff and just literally smash them together. That's why you can have the Lucario thing that looks like Lucario. It's not making anything new. It just used Lucario as a base and then just changed the colors and make a few changes.
They look more exaggerated and kind of more robotic.
Yeah, in
if
most
that's
cases.
An art style or not, I honestly can't tell why they make them look so robotic.
Because they don't have to. Because what AI does is it overwhelms, it overstimulates your senses of what you're looking at. So it distracts from, like, this is for normies. AI is for normies. Ultimately, AI is for normies. It's not for creatives. It's for creatives to use as a tool, but it's for normies to see and say, that looks nice, I can do that too now. It's the, what's the right word? It's the the participation points type thing. It's like I give a reward for existing.
Says, and they oversensitize us. Why exactly?
And then and the problem with the AI is that it's easy to produce every 5 seconds. You can get like 5 or 7, 8 to 10 anime girls within like 5 minutes. You know what I'm saying? When it probably might take you a couple hours to create them based on your creativity and stuff like that, maybe, depending on how good you are, but it will take at least an hour to make 1 or 2. If you're very skilled, it should take you about 30 minutes to an hour. But this is not with the artist in mind. This is the one who is not an artist, who doesn't want to pay someone, who doesn't want to, put the effort to get someone to do it, or put the effort for themselves to do it themselves. This is what AI is for. It's for the people who don't want to. It's ultimately for lazy people. Let's just call it for what it is. AI is ultimately for lazy people, and make production 24/7, then make it a couple of hours to for 8 hours. This is why you're going to have the McDonald's that's going to be run by AI. This is why you're going to have the telemarketers being AI driven. This is where you're going to have your accountants be gone because the AI can do it. This is why you're going to have your
Are we talking about new Sorai?
Your video editing. You're gonna get the video editor out the window and have the AI do it. That's just how it's going to be. Because remember,
if I'm not mistaken, don't some gaming companies that make anime games use AI generators for their games sometimes?
Yes, but they have to. Yes, but you have. Okay, so like if you're on Steam and you're selling a game on Steam and use AI generate shit, you have to disclose that. Same thing with TikTok, because we need to know the legitimacy if this is real or not. Because the reason why you need this is because you can have like Sora, the AI Sora, to have like someone like Joe Biden say something insane. Well, not say something insane because it doesn't have sound, but it can do stuff. It can make him do things, say things, or at least look like he's saying something. And some people can read lips, so it can make him say something insane, which is right. He's insane, but then again, it is what it is. So this is why when you see something, there's going to be a logo on the side saying AI generated. But that can be easily fucked with too. So just putting a watermark is not good enough. This is why this AI thing is going to be a major problem copyright wise. It might change the fabric of copyright in general. Because I watched Marquis show like a demo of like a typical drone shot of like a house on a mountain. And if you didn't tell me it was AI, I would have just thought it was just another drone shot watching a nice type house. Like it's a mansion type house on the end of a mountain where there's water and shit.
It's not even about that. They can generate illegal things.
Yeah, they can generate anything, but I'm just saying, like, the fact that it can generate that well to the point that I couldn't even tell
honesty,
what
though,
I was looking at.
Who owns the AI anyway? There must be some company that owns it and uses it.
Well, yeah, yes, it is a company that owns it.
Whatever, because we're not going to be in business in 5 years, So just you might as well cash out now, and that's what I.
Hey there, no need to adjust your TV, or more likely your phone. You're watching a recycled.
I'm not gonna lie to you. What we're looking at now.
People are gonna do. I think a lot.
It's ultimately because of what happened. The pandemic did more damage than we think. It's not even the housing market. It's not even jobs. It's the fact that companies just literally saw a glimpse.
Thing they can't copy is real money. It has a chip.
The one thing that
says teach are you I generated.
You're funny, but the thing that the thing that the pandemic did was literally made companies have to look at themselves hard and be like, man, these people don't want to work. We need to make money. I don't have time to be creative and do it myself. So we need an alternative to this situation. So if there's another like big pandemic thing happen again, we have a failsafe. The AI generate, it's going to be a failsafe and a primary wanting. The secondary thing is humans. Humans will be secondary, and failsafe will be the AI will be a failsafe and a primary method. Because just in case that one human who doesn't want to work or come to work that day, it's going to be replaced by the AI generator. So, like, just say, for instance, Bob doesn't come to work today because he has he has to see his kid's recital, or he needs to go to his kid's doctor's appointment or some shit. You know what? He can go to his kid's appointment. We'll just have the AI take his job, or not take his job,
In
but
all
take his
genuine
shift.
honesty, I can't tell if an AI is smarter than any robot ever created or more stupid. Or if they're even equal. Who knows?
There's no such thing as a
That's just
smart
an
robot.
artist's opinion.
Says just wait till I gets tired and turns up on us.
There's no such thing as a smart robot. What we're equating is that because it knows stuff that you should know. It knows stuff that already exists. So it can't create. It only knows what's already exists, right? So, like, if there's like, say for instance, there's 1,010 videos of Bugs Bunny, or pictures of Bugs Bunny. It's just going to work around those videos to make something out of those those pictures or videos, depending on which format we're going. But let's just say pictures. It's going to look at all pictures of all perspectives on those pictures that is already existing in the image bank of, like, say, Google or Bing or whatever, and
My
then
opinion
it
on
makes
the AI
a.
is it's a fat, oversized computer that's a little too smart for humanity. It's scary.
I don't think it's smart. I think it literally just learns what it's supposed. It just learns because, like, I remember way back, the funniest thing, when I think it was Google or it was Microsoft, when they let their first AI have its free reign, it started saying a bunch of racist, insane stuff because it's only learning from previous people who talk on Twitter. Once that went left, they shut it down because it's learning more from humans. It's learning based on what's existing. It doesn't make anything new. So that's what a lot of people think. The AI can just think of things. It doesn't think of things by itself. It literally takes what already exists and uses it
Says
as
I
a
think it was
reference.
Microsoft. That's been around since the 90s, maybe older.
Hollywood studios and possibly visual VFX houses, previs houses, whatever, people working in special effects, they might just cash out. They might just say, hey, you know what, just scrape our content or whatever. Because
how do they will? I think I don't know. I don't know. I think it's a big enough threat. If it's a big enough threat, people with money, something will get changed.
Well, yeah,
they don't care if it's a little guy, but if it's going to threaten them.
Because eventually, yeah, like you said, they'll eat you last. They're right. Gonna eat you, but they'll eat you last. But
they'll find ways to change the rules that they can do it, and they get copyrighted. They can copyright their work and everything else, but other people can't, or something. But it just, I don't know. It's just scary.
Well, look at what's going on with Taylor Swift. So, like, all these people get their content scraped daily, right? Mm-hmm. Writers and artists and whatever. They don't even bat an eye. But Taylor Swift, you make some porn at Taylor Swift.
Something take it down. Yeah.
Yeah, and they want to change all the rules because there's a lot of money in Taylor Swift, right? So anyway, let's talk about
Says
this.
Not the Amber Alert.
It's so weird. It's just so weird to see how fast it's all moving. Before we get into it any further, please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants. Guys, get woohoo if you do.
What even is that loud alert
so I guess
sound?
we'll start with this. We'll start with the video first. I actually was made aware of this by a friend of mine, Black Sage D, on Twitter, who sent is like, have you seen this yet? I'm like, no, I missed this. And I'm like, oh my God. So let's go out to the page. It's called Sora. And it's creating video from prompts, just like you'd create a photograph, except it's creating actual video.
Yeah.
And you're thinking, well, it can't be that good, right?
No, it's that good.
Was an Amber Alert. It goes off if a child is missing nationwide.
Like, we saw other ones that didn't look as good.
Yeah, I mean, it varies, but like, damn. I mean, again, this is early. Where is this going to be?
In 20 years. In 10 years.
2 years. 5 years.
Yeah.
10 years. This looks like it was shot with a camera.
Yeah.
I mean, it probably was shot with
everything
a camera.
Everything you're seeing, that white man you're seeing there with that little thing on his head, that is an AI. That is not a real man.
Says it's also named after a real-life child named Amber. Hence its name, Amber Alert.
So that man that
Says,
you're
"Oh,
seeing.
we don't have this in Slovenia, or at least never happened."
Let's see. That man that you're seeing is not real.
Just added AI.
This whole
correct
thing, that man walking, the ship, the floor, everything not
to
real.
it, but
But it
you know
looks
what
like
I'm
it's
saying?
real.
Parts are like video game cutscenes. This depends.
it depends on what it is.
Look, this is what I saw that Marquise showed. It was this. I thought this was just a typical high definition rendered shot of like a B-roll of like a mountain with like a nice house and some water at the end, like a very expensive house with the ocean at the end. This is all fake.
I mean, this is what blew my mind. Being into animation and stuff is this is going to be the future of 3D animation. You're going to be able to. I mean,
Says
eventually
by the
you'll
end
probably
of
be able to
2020 Verizon would
input
have
your
improved
characters
way
in
too
and be like,
much.
okay, take this character and make this character do these things in this scene, and just look at all the animation jobs that would be eliminated just by this. Because you have people that just make fur. You have people that just do flame effects. You have
Even
people,
the wax is melting.
yeah, and it's pretty convincing. I mean, this
Well,
was.
the
I
flame
mean,
doesn't really move much.
no, but
Says
just
we're
think.
rapidly approaching.
That's not his hand. I can't figure
advances
that
every
out.
I think it's
single
wax
day.
on his hand.
I think that's what's supposed to be. I was like, I try to figure that out.
But it's just it's freakish. Like here's Under the Sea. Here we've got
It's like a paper
Says
craft
I is
Yeah.
my
under the
best
sea,
friend
you
right
know?
now. He does
yeah
my
prompt
homework.
gorgeously rendered paper craft world of coral reef.
Says look at games for an
colorful fish and
example of
sea
how much
creatures.
it's improved.
And this looks like a
how fast
Etsy
he did it.
commercial or something. Close-up shot of Victoria Crown pigeon.
That's an AI.
Like,
Holy shit.
Oh.
the scary thing about this too, photorealistic close-up of two pirate ships battling each other as they sail inside a cup of coffee.
That one doesn't look too believable to me.
No,
That looks pretty fake.
it's
Sorry.
like the Tidy Bowl man.
This is pretty bad.
It looks like they took like stock footage from like Shutterstock and then they just
Says,
kind of
"Teach, what
spliced
kind of
in
ads do you have?"
models. But
I don't know. I
you know,
don't
it's
care.
not because I saw some early attempts at doing
Ads
video.
are stupid.
I think they had like Will Smith eating stuff or whatever, and it was like the faces, like the eyes when he'd move his head, they wouldn't line up right, and everything looked really distorted. It looked like a bunch of really funky images. But this looks like it actually was a render.
Well, this doesn't look. This one isn't very good. This one isn't a good.
No,
example.
but this is a taste of things to come.
This
Says
is-
ads ever
A
getting to
man is
30
20
these
sitting on a
days.
piece of on a
This is a AI. This man that you're seeing is an AI. This looks like any other dude on the street.
I couldn't see these being too much of a problem to show like a fish or human or a character in more detail. If you look at it that way, they seem kind of harmless.
No, that's the thing. This is where the problem comes in. We're looking at it as it's not a big deal. That's how they got you. This is how bullshit goes through, and this is how degeneracy walks in. Once you say it's not that big of a deal, that's where they got you. I'm dead serious.
Says true.
Whenever-
Work too.
Whenever someone comes in and there's I won't say the word threat, but there's something that is looming that wouldn't be accepted normally. When there's two things that you know that things are going left. When someone tells you that year, like Jace, it's 20. I remember I said this a few days, I think a week or two ago. When someone said, when someone ever tells you, I'm telling you now, whether it's a girl or a dude, if they say, Jace, it is 2024, we need to normalize. When they say that shit, it's usually something insane or something very degenerate, off the wazoo. I'm telling you now. Right? It's usually that. When someone tells you the year as if it was a justification to fuck shit, I'm telling you now, they're telling you some insane shit that you know wouldn't fly if it was like a couple of years ago
Says
or a
true.
couple of months ago. But because we are so degenerately lost in our nonsense based on what because you know what it is? I'm not
Says,
gonna
"Well,
lie
I
to you.
never thought of it that way before."
I'm not gonna lie to you. It's this might sound funny and this might sound ridiculous, but please bear with me on this. The AI thing is no different from memes. the AI thing is no different from memes, because remember when memes really took
Says
hold.
Teach, speaking facts as always.
When memes took hold, it was like around 2005, 2006. I think memes really shot up where around 2008, right? And what memes did, it opened the door of letting the what memes did is open the gateway, or it is a gateway to.
Says Hez pretty smart about this, and just a rookie.
Well, no, it's a gateway to letting the quiet thoughts speak loudest in a comedic form. Right? Comedians do all the time. Comedians are the most, I guess, honest people.
Says he is a wise man.
Because if you think of it in this sense, like, comedians have to tell you the truth, but they have to shroud it with a joke. Right? Things that you consider offensive, like Dave Chappelle, says the truth, but within a joke. That's what a meme is. It is literally the truth, bare bones truth, shrouded in a joke. This is why when you say some insane, like you say something that is true, but you have to put an insane picture next to it.
I wish they would have told us this in truth, but in a way that wouldn't offend us.
Oh, yeah. But that's the thing. Truth is offending. Lies is, the idea of a lie is to keep you where you are. The truth is trying to make you move from where you is. But because moving is uncomfortable, moving is different, change is scary, therefore we rather tell us lies than to move from where we are than live in our filth. That's what it is. That's ultimately what it is. So the AI thing, coming back to this, is that response of, it's not a big deal. I don't see a big deal about it right now, because right now it's not a big deal. The problem with human understanding throughout all of time, we always say that everything's going to be as is because right now we're living in the present. We don't think, no one in 1718 thought we're going to be making generated humans on a box, right? If you were to say this shit in 1718, 1618, you will be considered a witch and on a stake right now on fire. If you show this to someone who's from 1718, like if you show this to someone 1718,
imagine how many people are going to lose their job to AI in 10 years.
I'm telling you, it's gonna happen in 10 years. Fuck that. We have a grown man.
I want to try to put a stop to them, but I feel like for most of us it might be out of our skill level unless we have had extensive training and years of knowledge about AI and how to deal with them.
It's not about. This is not about training. This is not about how skilled you are. This is not how skilled you are. It's affordability and how convenient. That's the point. Conveniency and profit. Because, make it make sense. Would you go up to Jace to ask him to do a VTubing model for you that'll cost you $200? Or $500? Or you rather go to the company that's giving you $2 a month to make you a VTubing model? Because you can AI generate it. Why would you even ask Jace anything? You can literally get a VTubing model. It may not work the same as how Jace made it, but it's working nonetheless, and it got you to where you want to be, and it only costs you $250 a month, or probably $10 a month at best. I think in Midjourney you can pay like $10-15 or $12-15, I think, just to make AI images, right?
Says at mini_JIVAN88 ID say about to use Max its way cheaper method and they would get more profit.
It's all about profit and
Says
convenience.
Fair point. I forgot about that.
It's not about how skilled you are. They're not looking for skilled people, because if that was the case, they'll just hire the same people over and over again. Look at anime, for instance. It's the same people in anime who are doing the voices of characters that you can recognize, right? From Chris Sabat all the way to like Chris Sabat all the way to Bryce, what's his face, who does Kirito, and then the dude who does Vegeta's Chris Sabat, and then the same
Says
few
true,
people.
but it's still broken at the end.
What do you mean broken? What do you mean by broken? Because like the point is like this AI thing is going to happen. It's not like they're just going to. You think they're just going to stop doing this because humans don't like it? We've been telling Disney for years to fix this problem that they've been having for the longest while, and they won't do it because they're too arrogant and
Says
too.
It hasn't replaced Teach Jobs, so unhappy about that.
Well, eventually will. I'm not gonna lie to you. It eventually will. And I also heard article saying that in 10 years being a coder doesn't mean anything because the AI will do it for you. So learning how to code will make no sense anymore in 10 years. But if you want to still code, go ahead, because at least maybe you, I don't know. I think it's best to learn to code anyway, because at least you'll be in, like, I think it's best to learn to code because at least even if the AI takes your job, at
Says
least
he
you
said
can.
that tuber model for Mai is done, but might not work right.
Let me see. You said that VTuber
No, if you
model
were to
from
be
AI
replaced, that
is
would be
done,
a
but
truly sad
yeah,
day
it may
for
not
all
work right.
students.
9 time, it may not work right. Actually, this, I don't think you guys understand. This is not just gonna be a creative problem. It's gonna take over the creative space like Hollywood to video games, and it's gonna end up walking into other things that you would never thought of, like literally the restaurant business. It's gonna take away employees. What's next is gonna do is gonna take away accounting jobs, because why would I go and pay an accountant $500-700 to do my taxes when I can pay like a literal $20 a month fee for it to do all my taxes within 2.5 seconds? Right? I just gotta give it the information, and then it just does all the work for me. I don't have to sit there and figure that shit out.
The delay is making me look like a schizophrenic.
The next thing is what's the next thing? It'll be like next thing you'll know, it'll start learning how to teach kids. Then it'll take away teachers' jobs. You don't have to worry about the teacher being a crazy woke individual or an insane right-wing person. It's just a robot teaching your kids how to do 1, 2, 3 ABCs. I think China's doing this very thing right now, trying to figure out how to make a robot teach children. You know what I'm saying? It's going to get to that point where being a teacher won't mean nothing. You having a degree means nothing. Majority of you having a degree probably won't mean shit. The majority of you will have to learn how to pick up a hammer and a nail and learn how to like build houses from this point. And even that's not even safe, because like being a blue collar seems like it's the best job right now for AI not to take your job. But I'm telling you now, Elon Musk and his friends are going to figure out how. Well, they already figured out how to 3D print houses. I think it's happened just recently, like a couple of years ago. They figured out how to 3D print a house. And then I also heard Amazon is trying to figure out how to cut costs on how to get rid of truck drivers.
If an AI taught kids stuff, I feel like they would be more than brainwashed, and that's genuinely honest.
Yes, I believe that'll be a thing, but I don't think it would be what we're thinking of, because brainwash, like when I hear the word brainwash, I'm talking about I'm hearing, because the person who's teaching me is very passionate about what they're teaching me, so I should take whatever they're passionately teaching me seriously. Therefore, I'm going to be by social contagion passionate about that thing. So like the whole like if you have a certain ideology,
find out how to make a real life cat girl.
Because like what's gonna happen is like
Says, yeah, I said that cause it's not exactly human.
Yeah, because like what's gonna happen is like it's just gonna teach you shit. That's it. But it's not going to insult you, just like that one kid who got insulted by their teacher because their teacher didn't like that something about religion. I forgot what it was. and she was telling people to go back to their country or some shit. It was some weird shit. It was something that happened in Canada. It made this rounds on the internet for a while, and I think it was some LGBT individual who didn't like that one of their students was making a fair point, and because they made a fair point, they told him to go back to where they came or some crap like that. I think it was to a Muslim individual. I think I don't remember, but it's kind of like that. So like, you know, ultimately, once that person's removed from the classroom, the teacher, the one with the passionate feelings towards certain things, will be removed.
In my high school, my teacher threw a chair at some student a few years ago.
Actually, quite frank, when I think of it now, if we're gonna have a robot teaching kids how to do ABCs, 1, 2, 3s, letters, and blah blah blah, what's going to happen is that they're going to probably not even have border schools. They may just have you stay at home on your computer and it just teaches you shit. Because that already exists already, so like... everything is to eliminate things that we think is... like, anything you consider normal, there might be a great chance that might be taken from you. This is why we're hearing the idea of digital stuff will be digital for a reason, because as soon as you get out of line, they can take it from you. This will eliminate bullying. This will eliminate potential risks of lawsuits.
Connect the HDMI cable on my head.
Like make it make sense. Like, AI is coming in, taking people's jobs. Elon Musk wants to put a chip in your head, right? China wants robots to teach their children. China has robots running around serving you drinks and shit. Elon Musk and them just mentioned their Tesla robots, right? They already, like, McDonald's already has a robotic restaurant that has no employees and it's making money. You think that's going to just stop there? It's going to get to the point that you have to literally work from home. And when I say work from home, I'm not talking about you're making a salary from home. You're doing meaningless jobs just to get by because the robot does your job. That's how bad it's going to get. Well, most of you may not see this now, but in 5 years, because this is a year from now, we're looking at this grown man, and this is not even a real person. This looks like any other person on the street. And the fact that he's sitting up here looking like he's reading a book,
has no workers restaurant.
I think there's 2 of them right now. And as soon as Burger King and all them fast food chains start cashing into that, it's over for nearly every teenager who wanted a job. The only thing that you guys... and being a janitor may be taken from you as well. So being a janitor might be suckish for you. Because they have Rumba robots. They have robots right now in California that's trying to do police work. People are fucking with it and, you know, messing with it. But it's going to get to a point where they're going to start making human live robot walking around and can probably put harm on you. And since you can't say it's like it's being biased against you because it's a robot.
Says what? I only know about the robot waiters.
Yeah, there's a robot right now in California doing patrol work against homeless people. You can look it up, it's funny. But it's a joke now. This is how and this is what humans don't realize. This is how things get into our situation because we see it as a joke. Once it's seen as a joke, that is the perfect example for it to get into your society. Let's use an example. Anime. For those of you know who grew up watching anime in the early 2000s or 90s, if you was watching anime, there was a high chance, I wouldn't say you was made, I don't think the word bully would be the right word, but you will be made fun of because people say you're trying to be... This is the weirdest thing. I don't know why this was a thing, but if you was into anime, people say you was trying to be white. What the fuck? That's Asian. That's Asian shit, but somehow they equate back then anime to whiteness. I don't know how, and I don't know how they got that idea. which is very odd. But anyway, the point is, when you was into anime, you was made fun of. I don't think anyone got technically beat up
This is still happening.
for I believe you. I don't think anyone technically got beat up for the fact of watching anime or being into anime, but I know they got made fun of at some point. That does make sense. I can believe that, but getting beat up for anime probably is unlikely. I'm not saying it hasn't happened. Maybe you was very socially awkward, and then the anime thing probably got you in trouble by trying to do some weird Naruto nonsense and doing odd things in social public that look cringe and that made bullies easier to mess with you. But I don't think that was the sole reason why they messed with you, right? But I know you got made fun of for being into anime. Like, people tease you or call you names or whatever the fuck. But as far as that, I don't think they're putting physical harm upon you. I don't think that's happening like that. But I know it has happened once, but not in that sequence. So like, anime was seen as a joke, right? And because anime was seen as a joke, people didn't take it seriously. Anytime people don't take something seriously, that's how that thing is going to be the most popular thing. Think about it. Like when PewDiePie was doing, or Markiplier was recording themselves playing video games, a lot of people say, that's stupid. Why would you record yourself to let people watch you play video games? That's dumb. Now everyone has a Twitch channel. You see what I'm saying? Anything that's considered a joke or not taken seriously will be popular down the road. Anyone who was in comic books, anime, anything like that will say, oh, you was a nerd, that's funny, that's cringe. Now everyone's saying they're a Marvel fan. Everyone's saying there's a Disney fan. Everyone's saying they're an anime fan. Black people who was back in the day will say, oh, anime was cringe and trying to be white. Now those people at conventions dress like Naruto. It is what it is. It happens. It literally happens. It's crazy. Hold on. Please don't let me get in trouble. Yeah. So ultimately, what I'm saying is that
a piece of
what this AI thing will be the next big thing. It will be the next big thing. Remember when back in the day we had, like, I don't know if you guys been to those arcades, but when they had the VR arcades where you have to put your head in and shoot the lasers and stuff, like you shoot the aliens in arcade rooms in malls and stuff. That was virtual reality. Now Apple and all these other Facebook have their own VR headset and trying to sell you stuff. So anytime it's considered not cool right now or it's a joke,
you're making me feel older than I am, Teach.
It is. You are old.
Cloud reading a book. And again, they could have gotten this from another source. Basically, this looks like Little House on the Prairie.
That one person just disappeared into the ground.
Wait, where?
Go back. Okay, there's a person. Watch on the left.
Okay.
Keep playing. Like they just disappear into the ground. Like up here. Wait, where is it at? There was a person or an animal or something. Watch, it just disappears into the ground. There.
Oh my god.
It's an animal. I thought it was a person.
Yeah, it's like a horse or something. Wait, hold on. Right here.
Yeah,
you're looking right here.
Into the ground.
Oh, I'm dead. That horse has 2 legs. Wait, this horse has 2 legs. Okay, look, it's not perfect. It's got 2 legs and like a schlong or something. I don't know what's going on there. It's a retarded running horse. Do you remember that one?
Hey,
no.
You don't remember that meme?
No.
Okay, that's what it's literally called.
No.
Okay. We got a close-up view of a glass sphere that has a Zen garden, and there's a small dwarf in the sphere. Like, this looks like it could be a commercial. And
look at that. Look at that. This is not real. Look at this.
Cartoon kangaroo disco.
If I were to see this, I would probably think this is a portfolio for beginners or people who has been doing this for a few years on Blender. I would have thought this. If I saw this work.
For 5, the way you said that reminded me of that one Sarnold, but not that bold.
If I were to see this, as like a portfolio for someone who's trying to get a job in the animation industry.
And again, I don't know if they've swiped this from other places. A lot of it looks like stock footage has been tweaked. But the fact that they can do this now and it's just starting. Bamboo forest growing with tiny red pandas running around. Again, this looks like it could be a commercial.
Are they missing their back legs?
They are. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so it's not perfect.
They're morphing.
Okay?
They're just
it's
coming
not
out of
perfect.
nowhere.
I'm not saying it's perfect.
They're coming out of nowhere.
I'm saying it's scary.
So what's the next one?
It's scary how good it is at this
It
point.
plays horror movies. Okay, that would be easy enough to do. You just grab clips of horror movies. I mean, that wouldn't be hard.
Yeah. This is a 3D animation of a small, round, fluffy creature with big, expressive eyes exploring a vibrant, enchanted forest. The creature, whimsical blend of rabbit and squirrel, has holy prompts.
I'm not reading all this.
Soft blue fur. But again, how long would it have taken an animator to, how many fingers do they have? Would it have taken an animator to do this? And you better believe a company like Disney, they're looking at this like,
oh yeah. Who can I fire to save money?
Yeah, or we can take this and use this as a base, and then we can tweak it later. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's how they're going to use it. Or hey, we'll just have this generate scene for us, and then we'll just like trace over it or something.
Yeah, or use as a basis. Yeah.
And that's what I think's going to happen.
That looks like a video game cutscene.
Yeah.
That was actually pretty interesting.
That just looks like stock footage. I mean, just looks like stock footage. Here's a large orange octopus resting at the bottom of the ocean floor here with a crab or something. I don't know. Flock of paper airplanes.
That's the intro. Yeah,
that's cool.
That is really cool.
That's actually really cool. I thought I said a cat waking up.
That woman does not.
Holy shit! Holy shit! I would have thought this was real. The only reason why I know this is not real is because the arm,
Says that octopus looked pretty realistic.
the hand is literally morphing through the clothes. It's morphing through the sheets.
Thank you for following Jazzigistar98.
Hey Jazzy, thank
Smiley
you.
face.
Hey, thank
Says
you, Jazzy.
oh.
Bro, look at the hand. It's phasing through the sheets. I would not think of that. And the only reason why I know the cat's not real is because I see its arms. It's like it looks regular, but its arm is touching his face, but it looks like he's not even touching his face at the same time. It's wild.
Airplanes.
That's the intro.
Holy
That's
shit.
cool.
That is really cool.
That's actually really cool.
Look at this. It looks like a real cat.
I thought I said a cat waking up.
That woman does not look real. Sorry.
Demon owner. Yeah, no, but birds. Is there anything more interesting than? Yeah, it's just I don't know, guys. It's not going anywhere. That's not going anywhere.
No, it's not going
so
anywhere.
This is going to scare the hell out of Hollywood.
Getting a little too realistic.
Oh, I'm sure. No, well, it depends.
Bro, and like, if it's that good, just imagine what you can do if you was trying to fuck with a celebrity. I would, like, if I was a celebrity, I would be cackling in my boots. I'd be scared as shit. Especially if you're a man. I will be scared as hell. I will be scared as shit because anyone can make a generated video of me doing something insane. And there's nothing you can do. Imagine taking that one hot take on Twitter and people don't like what you say. They make generated AI of you. Like, say for instance you're a celebrity. Say you're like you're The Rock, and you make a hot take on Twitter. And Twitter, remember, YouTube, Facebook, I think Facebook and Instagram, Facebook, and I think Twitter allows you to make generated like pictures, right? Now imagine making in 5-10 years in the future a generated gift of a celebrity. So like say the Rock says something that people don't like. Say he says, "Oh, I think tacos is better than burgers." Let's just say that's offensive to some idiot out there because we get easily offended because, you know, we're humans and we need to be offended by something. And he says
Facebook allows some generated photos.
Yes,
but other ones no.
So, but let's say in 5 to 10 years that's a thing now that you can just literally generate a gift by just a prompt, right? Now, let's just say he said he hates tacos over burgers, or he likes burgers. I mean, he likes tacos more than burgers. I can say, Dwayne The Rock Johnson, making love to a taco. in front of a burger. If you get what I'm saying. And then we have a bunch of AI of him, literally like a whole rendered version of this man going in on a taco. What do you do? What do you do?
That's so random, lol.
It's lol and funny, but think about it. What if that was you? What if that was your mom? What if that was your dad? What if that was your significant other because they made a hot take on the internet? Remember, you don't have to be famous to be fucked with. Remember, we live in a time where anyone is fair game, whether you're the president to like the dude who works as a janitor in Walmart. It's fair game from this point, right? We just can make especially if your face is like, remember, this is a man who's everywhere on movies and pictures everywhere. So imagine what you can pull off with the AI like Sora, if that was like something given to the public like that, right? And then you can literally type in insane shit. Now,
gotta go completely private on the internet.
Now, I'm pretty sure in the future they're going to have some limitations to the AI. So if you put some insane shit, you can't just generate it because, if I remember right, in Midjourney, if you write something insane, like something that is illegal, they will stop you instantly. It will say, "Hey, you can't do that. If you try to put that in, we will take away your subscription," which it does do that. So if you try to write some insane shit.
But I also saw a person take it too far on Facebook, and as an end result their account was shut down entirely for making a reference joke, and it got sensitive.
See?
No joke.
See?
They're mega sensitive.
See? But like, that's what I'm saying. Now imagine if you piss off the wrong people. Look at being, like, I would not want to be, I can't say his name, Orange Man Bad, because now anyone who don't like him can make any AI anything. Or anyone. It doesn't have to be him. It just could be anyone. Then it can just go left. And remember, it doesn't take long to make a one hot take, because you can be the most wokest person on the planet. Hello. You can be the most wokest person on the planet. Once you say one thing that makes some common ass sense, out the window. It's wild.
It's going to scare the hell out of people who are the lower people, like the animators and things like that. So the actors and stuff. It's going to be like, oh ho ho, to people like Bob Iger and company who are like, we can just crank out shit and get to keep all the money.
That's exactly what's going to happen there. Or, what's more than likely going to happen, it's kind of like what's going on with journalism right now, is you're going to have a skeleton crew overseeing a bot farm. I mean, you're going to always have to have a human operator, I guess, for now. But they're going to be overseeing a bot farm, basically. So here, sound engineers, voice actors, and concept artists stood at the forefront of that displacement, according to the study for who's going to be displaced by AI, 204,000 positions.
In the next 3 years.
In the next 3 years. 3 years.
I think it's going to be more.
The planet is filling with plastic, and unless we can find a sustainable alternative, we'll all die.
In 3 years, over 200,000 creative people, are going to be out of work. Visual effects and other post-production work also cited as particularly vulnerable. We saw that it's destroyed journalism, basically, because, again, Google can just give you a snippet of an answer that you're looking for.
And then, these places want to just buy out catalogs of publishing houses and stuff to train their AI to be the next journalists. And that's great because, the companies are going to take the money and run, but some of them are actually trying to stand up against it for, to keep their people in journalism because it's not the same thing. But unless they're all standing together saying no, if some people agree.
Okay. Oh yeah, I'm working on my main character. Now I'm missing the name and power. Okay.
Bring to it, then they're still going to get displaced. It's just going to take a little longer.
Yeah. This is Carla Ortiz. She worked on Marvel titles. She said, "This is a clear alarm to the unions and professionals who are in crew in any capacity. This shows the tech is here to compete with us. This is only the first step."
And you'd better believe studios will definitely.
I am 101% convinced that AI has taken over the job of monitoring what is posted on Facebook, and humans on that platform aren't even remembered.
Oh yeah, this is perfectly fine. Why do you think how they get me? Whenever I mention anything political nonsense, like it pops up on the screen. It will pop up on the screen about the election. Like it might do it right now. So the AI is listening to keywords, and especially in context keywords, and how it's said, when it's said, and how much it's been said. So if you say like a curse word over and over and over again, it will stop the stream. So if you keep saying F, 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 F.
Even if they think it's sensitive, sheesh.
Yeah, like if you keep saying the F word over and over again, this is why when that dude kept on cursing on that video, I said I can't post this. It's not that I can't post it on YouTube. I can't have this running on TikTok, because if this dude keeps just cursing, obsessively cursing, it's gonna put a guidelines restriction on my video. Now it won't ban me, it won't suspend me. It will just put a restriction on the video, and that means it will be extremely suppressed to the point where when where even if I stop the video and we're playing nothing but family friendly stuff, no one will be able to see it because it's too heinous for modern audiences. You know what I'm saying? So that's where the problem comes in. Even if I were to put an 18 and plus on the feature on the TikTok, it doesn't matter. You have to in TikTok, you have to treat every live as PG-13. Even if you have the 18 and plus thing on, it does not stop it from you to get in trouble. So like it's entirely pointless. It's just pointless to have it on.
A guy made a LE Bible post or a chapter from it and Facebook removed it, saying it was offensive or graphic with the words, and the words in the verse wasn't even offensive or went against the guidelines.
I believe you.
Because I'm like, okay, the technology's here, we're gonna have to learn to live with it, right? Flip side is, you guys
That's what happens when you let liberals
thought
run your shit.
going on strike was going to spare you, and the first thing that SAG-AFTRA did when they had the opportunity was strike a deal to be able to sell people's voices.
Yeah. Well,
you know what I'm saying? Like, what did you strike for?
And they're talking about the different things that are wrong with the videos. Yes, I'm 100% agreeing with you. The videos are not perfect for now.
For now. Look at where AI art was 2 or 3 years ago. Look at where it is now. Like now, if you're good at prompt writing and you give it enough time, it's indistinguishable from hand-drawn art. And it is scary. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it's scary. I mean, it's cool, but it's like, wow, that's really neat. And then you're like, oh shit, everything I do could totally be replaced.
Yeah.
You know, like seriously, I understand, because that was the first thing I thought was concept art and pre-visualization. It's probably not. It's not quite there yet for a finished product. But if you want, like, oh, give me a panoramic, skyline, and we're just like, instead of going out and hiring like a helicopter crew or something to film it, you can just have it like render this scene and then maybe go over it with CGI or something. And it's not there yet for the finished product, but for pre-visualization, it absolutely is there. Because you can say, hey, show me the Hulk punching a spaceship or something. And here's how I win. And we're just like,
wait, what? Teach, why may I ask? Did you switch sketches? What are you talking about?
Instead of going out and hiring like a helicopter crew or something to film it, you can just have it like render this scene and then maybe go over it with CGI or something. And it's not there yet for the finished product, but for pre-visualization, it absolutely is there. Because you can say, hey, show me the Hulk punching a spaceship or something. And here's how I want it to look, and here's how it should be framed. And eventually you'll be able to probably take storyboards and just plug the storyboards in and be like, turn this into a movie.
Show me Captain Marvel being good. Show me She-Hulk being good.
Well, that's where it's going to go. Eventually what's going to happen, I think it's going to just be like Star Trek with the holodeck. I think you're going to be able to program AI to generate a movie a la carte.
Well, did you see that one of the Imagineers was getting recognition, and I guess some kind of Hall of Fame position or something, because they developed a floor that rolls around like a holodeck, that you'd be able to walk on it and things like that.
Oh wow, no, I hadn't seen that. So then eventually we're going to blend the two technologies. We're going to have the AI spinning up virtual worlds that we'll be able to.
The problem is it's not going to be used for good. I mean,
nothing.
Where's the line drawn? Where are you going to put people into simulations where they don't know they're in a simulation? You know what I mean? And you could do like there's so much damage. This is all so Running Man.
All the science fiction, all the science fiction movies all at once. We're gonna be living.
Yeah, it's like Running Man and all that coming.
Oh, the Running Man that's the one that scares me because I'm like, he got framed with fake footage, and I'm like that could happen now. They could just be like, I mean, you're gonna have to get damn good at telling the difference between real footage and fake footage, because you could say, hey, oh, here's a video of my wife, shooting her boyfriend or something.
Well,
or
the boyfriend's still alive. Clearly, she didn't do it.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, like, you could frame somebody for murder.
Yeah.
Easily. When it gets to that point. And it's not there yet. It will be there a hell of a lot faster than you think. So this is this Reed Southern who worked on Transformers. He said, I've heard a lot of people say they're leaving film. I've been thinking of where I can pivot to if I can't make a living out of this anymore. They said, whereas most AI video generators are limited by the length of videos they can produce, which often have issues with extra limbs or whatever, Sora, which is what they're calling it, appears to come close to generating content of up to a minute long that maintains visual quality and consistency.
People are going to hate Sora now from Kingdom Hearts. Why did you name it that?
Which often have issues with extra limbs or whatever. Sora, which is what they're calling it, appears to come close to generating content of up to a minute long that maintains visual quality and consistency while adhering to users' prompts. It allows for the switching of shots, which includes close-ups, tracking, and aerial, and the changing of shot composition. So yeah, there's some weird stuff, and they said there's some weird stuff. OpenAI.
You've got too much on your plate to worry about what to put on it next. That's where we come in.
AI said in a blog announcing the tool may struggle with accurately simulating the physics of a complex scene. It may not understand specific instances of cause and effect yet. Look at 3D animation 30 years ago.
Well, it might not understand it yet, but it also could be a matter of people just get better at prompts.
Yeah, well, that's just it. You can get some damn good stuff out of AI if you know how to write a prompt. You have to be very specific. You have to tell it exactly what you don't want, and because it's going to be very literal. But yeah.
Well, here, the company did not disclose the material used to train the systems, which I think is a problem. They said, oh, because it's maintaining competitive advantage. It sounds like you're trying to hide where you got it from.
It looks like Shutterstock stock footage to me. I'm looking at that, and I'm like, these look like a lot of things that Shutterstock would have. You know what I'm saying? Just tweets.
You don't know that, but
I don't know that, but if I had to guess, I would say that's what's going on. But so anyway, real quick, we'll talk here about this media mogul debacle here with AI, because a lot of people are just going to take the money and run, and they're going to say, hey, you know what? You pay us. That's more money than we're going to make in advertising, but you pay us for our content and you can scrape it. And this is going to be our exit strategy, because these blogs and these news outlets that we work for doesn't make any money.
Yeah. And there's some that are staying against it, but unless you're all united, they're just going to still scrape other people and still get ahead,
Yep. So they talked about how local news has been decimated. They said there are, firms that own, or
AI.
artificial firms own AI. Their business model is predicated on scraping and sucking information and content from trusted sources like the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, and the New Yorker without properly compensating those news organizations. They said their output could compete with our entire industry, which is why it's an existential threat. It is, because these machines can spit out an article that a lot of humans couldn't tell the difference.
Yeah.
And they can do it in seconds.
Right. I don't blame them. It's very concerning.
So publishers and CEOs across the industry agree AI is an existential threat to the future of journalism. Well, blow one was you stop being journalists and you start.
Yeah, he's right. Y'all stop being fucking journalists. Want to talk insane shit, talk woke, and then all of a sudden when things go left because you told people, blue collar workers to go code, or in case it be, guess what happened? Guess what happened? You got that big fancy degree, mean shit no more.
Chasing clickbait. But anyway, their businesses have spent the past year wrestling with a conundrum: ink a deal with the AI players or fight it out in court. Do the CEOs and publishers of these trusted news brands prefer paying journalists salaries or attorney fees?
Yeah, straight up.
The core was our concern around protecting intellectual
Straight
property
up.
rights, said Condé
That's some
Nast
dick
CEO, and they
things to
just let a
say
bunch of
to
people.
people. Don't say that shit. That's not cool. They didn't like that. They didn't like that. You know what I'm saying? That's some insane shit that they said. They didn't like that very much. Now you tell them to go code. Learn how to code now.
Off. So that's the thing. They're going to look at, like, is it worth it? Is it even worth it? Like, if this is where it's going, is it worth paying people $150,000 a year to write articles slowly that nobody's going to read? Or can we just take a check from Google or Bing or whatever, Microsoft, and just sell our shit and just get a cut of that, hopefully? Yeah, so this is the guy who owns Business Insider and Politico. He embarked on what would be a 6-month process to ink a deal with OpenAI for its content to train their products. We want to explore the opportunities of AI-powered journalism to bring quality, societal relevance, and the business model of journalism to the next level. No,
you just want the money.
He wants to cash out.
And you want to use AI because it's cheaper. However, what I don't understand is if AI has to be trained on, things, and stuff happens, I'm just saying, eventually you're going to run out of stuff that you can copy. Like, unless other people are writing about it, it has nothing they can copy from. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they're trying to come up with, revenue splits and stuff like that Google is. But, look, at the end of the day, if the machine can do it better, just because you have a deal with one AI company doesn't mean the other one's going to cut a deal with you. You know what I'm saying? They're going to just keep scraping and learning, and they might cut a deal with some people, but then it's like, okay, cool, we'll pay for, like, the New York Times or something like that, but we're going to scrape, thousands of other blogs. We're not going to pay them because it's not worth it.
Well, I think it's more, that they want the big ones, but unless they stand together to fight it, some people are still going to get paid, others aren't, and they're still going to get what they want.
Well, yeah, and this is like the perfect storm because these outlets are hard up for cash. So an immediate deal looks pretty damn good. Like, hey, just, we'll pay you. We're going to scrape your shit, but we're going to pay you for it, something. And it's better than what you're making now. And that might have been the point. I mean, that might actually be the point. It might be that Google is basically just trying to, get these guys to agree to whatever. I don't know. It's pretty scary out there, but a lot of jobs are going to be lost, guys. It is what it is. I don't know what else to say at this point. It's scary how good it's getting, how quickly it's getting it. And when you've got people in Hollywood even being like, yeah, we might not have a job in 3 years.
Yeah, but I'm scared beyond, people's jobs. I'm scared beyond, like, what are they going to be using this for?
Yeah.
That's what is even more scary. And I think I don't know. I don't think it should, I think there should be guidelines, but, people aren't always
I'm telling you, no, this AI thing should have never been given to the public at all. This should have been given to the military, and that's the fuck it. That's it. That's it. That's all it should have been given to. Just to the military, and that's it. It should never have been given to Hollywood. It should never have been given to the common man. It should not have been given to anyone if you're not some type of... I would not... Happy campers. I would not have gave this to, like, regular people at all. Nah, for a fee. This should have been just for the military, for military purposes, to stop hackers and all that stuff. Nah, I don't think this was worth giving to people.
Obey those.
Well, that's the truth. That's the truth. So we're going to wrap this one up.
Yep.
All right, guys. Please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants, and we'll talk later.
Bye.
Says I would have given it to the FBI.
Just the military, or that's it? Okay, if you guys like this, like, follow, subscribe, and share. This video will be in the next segment. So we're going to the next segment. So I hope you guys enjoy this. Laters. All right, guys, we're going to the next segment. So we did the whole AI thing. Okay, so I know Paramount is screwed. They need to merge to survive. Hi, YouTube.
Says I feel like the FBI and the military would know how to handle that better.
Anyways, it says here Paramount is... Nah, I don't care for Paramount. I'm not even gonna talk about that. Madame Web... Okay, the Madame Web thing. I want to talk about that. It's about comics, so let's talk about that. I know that's been a big disaster. I know that was... I'm not gonna lie... Okay, let me know what... Before I give my opinion, let's hear what I have to say.
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon. I am here with Kiki Sparkles.
Hello.
Yeah, we're going to talk about Madame Web. It's not off to a good start at the box office. Did anybody think this movie was going to do well?
No.
I mean, it's going to get, like, what, a 6-day opening window?
6-day opening window.
And even then, they're not expecting it to do well. I'm hearing people are going to the theater and, like, nobody's there.
Yeah, we're going to talk about how bad this movie supposedly is. Disclaimer, we did not waste our money to go see it. I do have friends that saw. I guess Aaron Sparrow went to go see it.
Mr. Marlowe from Pirates and Princesses did too.
Oh my god, it sounds absolutely horrible.
There's a bunch of leaked stuff on the internet because Squid King was telling me how bad it was today, and basically it's to the place. Unless you want to go, be bored out of your mind but laugh your ass off, there's really no point to go see it.
So just like Morbius, and I'm sure Craven is gonna follow suit. So let's talk about this. Before you get into it any further, please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants, guys. You'll get a woohoo if you do.
Woohoo!
Not many woohoos from the people watching this movie, apparently. It is currently sitting at, let's see here. Let's go back. 13%.
Cool, yeah.
13% on Rotten Tomatoes.
It was like 53 all audience, and then I think verified, then all audience was lower than that.
So, for comparison's sake, Morbius is at 15%, and Batman and Robin is at 11%.
Damn!
How many reviews on the Madam Web?
Madam Web has 168. That's not good. That's not good. We'll go out and read some more of these reviews, but let's talk about the numbers first, and then we're going to talk about some spoilers. This movie sounds so much worse than I thought it was going to be.
It's pretty bad.
Sony's newest Spider-Man spin-off, Madam Web, is in theaters now. It's off to a slow start. They said, according to GameSpot, which is reporting on Madam Web for some reason, the movie released on February 14th in the U.S. For those of you who want to give the Valentine's Day gift that guarantees you're not going to get it.
Imagine taking your girl to see this just to be pissed off.
And you take him to Madam Web. Earned $6 million for its first day and $2.2 million on Thursday for a 2-day total of $8.2 million.
What gets me is
Madam
they're
Web.
saying that Madam Web is projected to earn 25 to 27 million 6 days. Not a 3-day weekend or 4-day. No, 6 day.
Okay, what the hell?
This is ridiculous.
On what planet? February 14th through the 19th is now considered a weekend, according
What?
the Valentine's Day, the President's Day long weekend. I cannot wait for the Thanksgiving to New Year's long weekend. We have like six weeks, and
that's when Disney spins it that way to say, "Hey, look, our movie did great."
That's what they're going to do. Oh my God, we made $100 million in 6 weeks, guys. That's what we did. But yeah, for comparison's sake, Bob Marley did, which actually looks pretty good, 17.9 million after 2 days. So more people want to go see Bob Marley on Valentine's Day. They're probably going to get some. If you took your significant other to Madam Web,
you're not getting none.
I know she promises, tying people up with sticky fluids.
I was gonna say it's promising sticky, but you're not gonna get
I don't think you're gonna get any sticky.
Where you're really gonna get sticky is if you get that Dune Tune popcorn bucket, you know.
Could they do that with Madam Web? Could they? I don't know. Yeah, so it had a budget of only $80 million. Site sources said it could actually be as high as $120 million, and that's before advertising. Yeah, and they've been advertising the hell out of this movie.
Yeah, and it's not even good. How much did they say it was going to do over the 6th day?
25 to 27
million.
That's pretty optimistic. I'm feeling that if you're only doing like 6 million on opening night, you're not going to hit that number. But again, it's a 6-day weekend, everybody. That's what you tell your boss.
There's only there's a word for that. Call it a week.
It's called
a
week.
A week.
A wombo.
A wombo.
Oh my God. Yeah. So far, just Venom and Venom 2 have been tolerable. These other movies are terrible. Now they're trying to roll in Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse and Across the Spider-Verse. No, those, as far as I'm concerned, are a totally different thing. They're animated Spider-Man movies, actual Spider-Man movies with Spider-Man and Miles Morales. But what I'm saying is,
Peter was in this ish, but he wasn't called Peter and just a baby.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if they have to sidestep using
I only have 6
Peter
more
Parker
hours of my time
Spider-Man
out in
for
Discord
legal
on a
reasons,
site.
so they just didn't name them. These events all happen in Madam Web. Now, it's funny, this is coming from the Ebony Maw on Twitter. All these events happen in Madam Web, except for one. Can you guess?
Let me be your savior.
Which is why I'm kidding. They all happen. These things all happen in this movie, guys. Okay, here we go. Madam Web is born in a cave.
Look at. I know some of you may hate me for saying this, and this is a spoiler. So if you care about Madam Web, if you care about this movie, I'm giving you a big spoiler warning in 2 seconds. This is a spoiler, and I do not give a shit if this ruins your day about this movie. And this ruined my, well, it didn't really ruin my day. It ruined my day based on, I already know it was cringe, but what I heard was so sad it was not even beyond anything. So in the movie, spoiler warning, skip this now. Skip like 10, 15, no, just jump to like a good 2 minutes from here.
Already ruined. Him at work.
And, so in the movie, I found out, you know what they show in the trailer? The girls are wearing their costumes, their spider costumes. They don't wear their costumes in the movie. What you saw was in the movie. So, like, they're not going to fight in the costumes. What you saw was visual dream sequences of them in the costume for a sequel. Yeah, so, like, if... Okay, so the villain has, like, just to be clear, the villain is asleep. He's asleep. And he sees visions of the girls defeating him.
Says I just felt my mind get blown.
Yes, I'm dead serious, not kidding. The villain's not defeated.
Says that stinks.
The villain is literally asleep with his girlfriend, I think, or something like that, in bed with his girlfriend. He's having a nightmare of him being defeated by the girls in their costumes. That's it. That's the last time you're ever going to see them in their costume. You're not going to see them at the end of the movie. They're not going to change in the movie. They're not going to transform at the 10 seconds of the movie to fight the villain. That does not happen. What you see in the trailer based on what you saw is just dream sequences of them going to fight the villain in a future sequel later on down the line. Which, that's not going to happen. So, like, if you want to be blue-balled, that was one of them. I'm not even kidding with you. I already thought the costumes was stupid, but, like, the fact that they even did what they did in that movie, that's some Morbius levels. That's some Morbin time nonsense. Like, I'm telling you now. I'm telling you again, if you think of watching this movie and think I'm lying to you, I am not lying to you. If you are thinking of watching this movie, I'm going to repeat it again. The girls do not actually put on the suits. You see them in the suits in a dream sequence of the villain having a nightmare, like, somewhere in the mid-roll of the movie, before Madam Web even knows he existed. And because he doesn't want to be defeated, that's when he starts chasing after them. After that, you don't see them in the costumes ever again throughout the entire movie. And it's only like, what, a minute? Or like 30 seconds. So yeah. Oh, and another thing. There's no end credits. Thought you gotta get that one too. There's no post-end credits at this movie at all. So if you think this is gonna be some X-Men, Spider-Man, somewhat Venomverse type tie-in, fuck no. I hope I saved you from yourself. But if you think you're lying, go watch the movie.
Even Peru, with the help of magic spider people.
Yeah, so apparently her mom was a photographer, and then they leave her for dead, and then the spider people deliver her, and because they delivered her, they somehow gave her spider sense stuff.
So we couldn't do the Japanese Spider-Man because why? That would have been way more interesting, right?
Mm-hmm.
The 3 spider women, we've seen them in costumes, so we're thinking this is like a CW show or something, right?
I said that. This movie has high budget quality, but CW writing and costumes. I said this. It literally looks like a CW show, but with a higher budget of quality.
Says yeast.
It has like, it's like, if you take Stargirl and give it, if you took the idea of like Stargirl from CW Stargirl and gave them like $80 million of a budget, Stargirl will look. I'm not gonna lie, I do have a little bit of a crush on the black girl and the Stargirl, the main character and the Stargirl. Not the Hispanic girl, not that much, but like the thick black girl and the main character, the white girl on Stargirl. For those who've seen Stargirl before, I think they're pretty cute. And for some odd reason, in Stargirl in season 2, I don't know what it is, but the white girl got more thicker. I don't know how, but you know, just saying. For those of you who know what I'm talking about, if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. The whole point is that it looks like shit. And what makes it worse, it would have been a lot more believable with the costumes if they gave them, like, I know they were trying to go as accurate as possible with the costumes, but the problem is when you can literally see the person's face. Because if they're supposed to be superheroes and they're wearing these masks, but you can see their overall face, it looks cringe. I think it would have made more sense if they had like the typical Spider-Man mask face, not the holes in the eyes, because you can literally see their face. So if they're supposed to be superheroes, I'm thinking it's going to be really hard to have a secret identity when you can literally see your face. That's the whole point of why every Spider-Person in Spider-Verse has a mask. Is everywhere they have like their face showing. They may have like a cutout where their mouth is, probably as far as it goes, but all of them wear a mask because it's really identifiable to see someone's face. Like, it's not that hard. I just don't think it works.
3 Spider-Women never get powers and are only seen in costume during dream sequences.
Right, because they're supposed to be seeing into the future.
They just said it. I just told you. I just said it.
To keep it cheap is that she meets them on the subway and then has a flash forward about them. Spoilers, and they're going to be the Spider-Woman that kill the bad guy that was the one who killed her mom. So that's when you see them in their costumes, but they are not yet Spider-Women. They will someday.
Well, the evil Spider-Man gets killed by a Pepsi sign. That's what I've heard.
Timeout until 9 p.m.
Timeout. What are you talking about?
Killed by a giant Pepsi sign.
He didn't see that coming because apparently he has somewhat of the same ability where he can see the future kind of thing. He didn't see it coming.
So, you know, Spider-Man's not as special when everybody's Spider-Man.
Thank you. I said this. When everyone is fucking Spider-Man, it's not Spider-Man anymore. It's just Spider people and no one's special.
Discord on their site put me on a timeout.
It's like if everyone was a Super Saiyan. Being a Super Saiyan is lame now, because everyone's a Super Saiyan. You know what I'm saying? It's just freaking annoying after a while. It's like everyone wants to be a Super Saiyan, because they think they're special to be a Super Saiyan. And then what's sad about the whole Super Saiyan thing,
Says also sorry, didn't mean to rant.
everyone looks the same. Especially if you're a dude. Y'all have the same hairstyles. Pretty much. It's very hard to make Super Saiyan look cool when everyone has similar hairstyles and it looks very, like, a slight variation from the other person. Jesus Christ.
They, them, Spider-Women. No one is.
Well, you know this isn't a Disney movie because if it was Disney, it'd be Coke.
That is true.
Yeah,
Walt didn't like Pepsi very much.
Yeah, he didn't.
Webb becomes wanted for kidnapping by the NYPD. Madam Web runs down evil Spider-Man in her car. Twice. Peter Parker is born but not named. Again, that's probably a rights issue.
That's probably, a mercy, thing for Spider-Man.
We're
we don't want that. Do we want to keep his name out of it?
Keep his name out of your nose. We're gonna name him Pepsi. Pepsi Parker. Peter Pepsi Parker. That's his middle name. And someday he's going to be the bestest superhero ever. Until
Says
Miles
more
Morales
freezes
comes along.
No, until woman.
So,
Obviously.
Madam Web inexplicably splits into 3 ghost-like copies of herself near the end of the movie. What?
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 And apparently by the end of the film, she's in a wheelchair and she can't see. Basically putting her to where what her current status is.
Oh, yeah. So in the movie, she gets hit in the face by like this debris from falling into the water. And the only thing that got damaged is her eyes. So not her face that got hit by the actual debris of shit that flew in her face from the destruction of the building of the billboard. Her eyes are just white. She has no blood, she has no bruises. Her eyes are just literally white. That is the most weirdest thing I ever seen. When I saw that, that was wild to me.
In the comics, but she's not old.
Yeah.
They figured making her old on top of everything else was just too cruel, apparently.
So, as I understand, because again, I'm way out of the loop. Marvel Comics haven't interested in me for at least 10 years now. Although I might read Ultimate Spider-Man. I've heard nothing but good things, but I guarantee you they're going to kick us in the balls at some point. But they actually gave us Peter Parker, Mary Jane, married with kids, where they probably would have been had they stayed the course, right? But yeah, as I understand it, it's actually Spider-Woman now is Madam Web, and old Madam Web like died or turned to dust or something. Who gives?
Hey, well, this isn't Spider-Woman; it's Madam Web.
No, she was the new
saying.
Madam Web in the comics is the younger Madam Web that used to be Spider-Woman.
Right, but this woman isn't Spider-Woman, so
yeah, she's.
I've been feeding Hammy the farmer's dog for 2 years. All of his beef, turkey, and chicken recipes are slow cooked.
I don't care.
It's confusing. Anyway, 13%. 13%.
The reviews are just the best. The reviews will make you laugh.
I need to laugh.
So pathetic. It makes someone want to go back in time and give the execs who keep commissioning these movies arachnophobia.
Ooh. I owe an apology to the Marvels. Madam Web was one of the most painful theatrical experiences of my entire life.
Score F.
F minus.
Too many writers revising rudderless material so that Sony can keep hold of the rights up to this IP and share Marvel Studios' profits when linked to Tom Holland's Spider-Man.
I can't believe that they would link Tom Holland's Spider-Man to this shit, but who knows? With an overload of inanities to deal with and tide over, the cast besides Dakota Johnson includes Sydney Sweeney and Tara Rahim. It's hard pressed to pull the proceedings out of the fire. Madam Web is a messy and meaningless film that, despite having no bad intentions, also has no reason to exist.
The cast of this film's only redemption. The cast of the film's only redemption, but even they can't salvage a dreadfully bland script. Beyond the writing, there are pacing and editing issues for days. I also heard that they have they clearly re-recorded lines and their mouths don't they don't sync up with it. Like they didn't even care enough to make it match.
Wait, what?
Just yeah, whatever. Nobody's gonna watch this movie anyway. Like I said, if you're gonna do that, do the Japanese Spider-Man. Just go all in on the camp. You know,
I would have.
God, Japanese Spider-Man's so funny. I love Japanese Spider-Man. Madam Web is a tangled web of incoherent and abandoned storylines written with little regard toward the characters, the plot, or the final product from a woman. A woman said this.
If there's one thing about Madam Web is that it's the perfect movie to pirate through an incredibly shady secondhand torrent site.
Oh my God. So Annie, a woman, I'm assuming, unless it's short for Anakin, that'd be kind of cringy.
Hey, teach with that reference I sent you. I was wondering if it would possible if you could show to rough sketch his hand.
I mean, some movies are so bad they're
I
not
got
even
off of it down
stealing.
pretty well, but figuring out where the thumb placing was a little tricky.
Hold on.
It's bad. It never gets any better. Then you go home. That's the whole experience. Pittsburgh Magazine. You go, Sean.
Oh my God.
Tell it like it is.
Well, here's a positive
After this video.
one. This is Moria E. Gates from Cool People Have Feelings Too from Substack. I actually really enjoyed spending time with these characters. But we don't know the rest of the review. It could be like, this movie is pure dog shit and it doesn't work on any level, but I like the characters okay.
God awful is too wimpy a word for the super diva cash grab that sinks Dakota Johnson and what feels like a random batch of half-baked ideas tossed to the screen in a cynical assumption that will buy any lazy hatchwork that the Spider-Man adjacent. Resist.
Spider-Man adjacent. Oh my God. What is this? Oh, so okay, this is coming from Jim Schmembry. He gave it a positive 3 out of 5. This doesn't sound very positive to me. If you were to believe the thermonuclear attack launched by the world's motion picture critics against Madame Web, you could be forgiven for expecting it to be among the worst entries of the superhero genre. Is it really that bad? Well, no.
That's not what I hear.
Kurt Loder. Oh, God bless Kurt Loder.
I remember Kurt Loder was relevant.
Oh, I like Kurt Loder.
That's what I said years ago.
Yeah, I like Kurt Loder.
He's still around. I'll give him that.
Yeah, he's kind of a badass now. He just says what he thinks on Twitter. Dakota Johnson's air of serene self-possession in the face of the movie's limp CGI and lunkhead dialogue is wonderfully calming. She's not appalled by the movie's mad editing and muddled plot. Why should we worry? They caught her and they were trying to make fun of her, and I actually thought it was kind of funny. They told her to name the 3 Tom Holland Spider-Man movies.
She couldn't do it.
It was kind of funny because she didn't know the names of them.
She didn't know them.
She's like, okay, there's Spider-Man, like the first one. Okay. And then it's like Spider-Man, another one. Okay.
Oh my God.
Jesus Christ.
Like, that's awesome.
Who wrote this?
And then she's like, oh, Spider-Man and the Goblet of Fire, or Spider-Man and the Goblet of Man. I
she
think
really
is the
did
last
say
one.
that.
I thought that was kind of funny.
I'm not kidding. The female lead who plays Madame Web, I forgot her name. She literally said that on key. She said that on key. I'm not lying to you. I'm not making that up. She literally said that on key. She said Spider-Man and the Goblet of Fire. I'm not kidding with you. She was not fucking around on that response. She really did not know what the hell. She did not know what the hell was being said.
Starting to sound familiar now that has going into more depth about this movie.
Yep.
People are like, she's a fake nerd. I'm like, look, she's clearly in it for the paycheck. And it better have been pretty damn
messing
good.
with you.
She could just be messing. I thought it was.
Congratulations, Sony. You outdid yourself. You actually made a movie worse than Morbius. Madame Web is another obvious case of Sony turning on a movie to keep the Spider-Man property.
Pretty much. And the thing is that there are characters and concepts in the Spider-Man universe that they could use that, they could do something. I mean, it wasn't great, but it was okay. It was a good start. They were but now it's just like, now I'm waiting for them to do the Clone Saga, right? Like, we can't get Tom Holland, so we're going to get this like knockoff Tom Holland.
Sorry. People will wish this was made by Warner Brothers so it would be abandoned for a tax write-off.
Oh my God. Okay, that's Doug Walker. That's from Jail Awesome. That's funny.
That's really funny.
That's funny.
Sorry.
Oh my God.
Wait. Madame Web is a long and poorly creative advertisement for a soda brand that appears repeatedly on camera.
This is like
My
Wayne's
mind is
World.
on, is it Pepsi?
Pepsi. Just put Pepsi Man. Pepsi Man. Put Pepsi Man in the movie. Speaking of Japanese Spider-Man, you could have Japanese Spider-Man and Pepsi Man together. That would be amazing. I would watch that movie.
Madame Web is now the worst movie Dakota Johnson has starred in. That might not seem like much of a statement until you remember she was in 3 50 Shades movies.
Damn.
Oh my God.
Damn.
Sits alongside Catwoman and
The
Morbius.
hot
Yeah, I
diggity
mean,
dog.
look, it's almost to Batman and Robin. We're almost down to Batman and Robin. At least it's not Steel. Steel's actually got a lower. I'm surprised. Steel has a lower rating than Batman and Robin. There we go. 8%. 8% for Steel. Yeah, it's pretty dog shit, right? Like, what were they thinking? I don't know. I'm kind of getting the idea that these studios are just like, you know what? We have too much money. We have millions and millions of dollars sitting in the bank account, and we don't want to give it to our shareholders. Let's burn it. Let's just burn all the money. What can we do? Madame Web sounds like a good idea.
Well, this is the thing. Like,
Let's
these movies
burn
could
our
have been done
money.
well,
Let's do it.
but they weren't.
Yeah.
When they said Madame Web, I'm like, what are we going to have? Like freaking 2 hours of some old broad sitting in a chair?
More than you think.
I mean, come on.
I think it's time we get like an origin story. I mean, we're talking real origin. Clear back to the birthing cave in the cave.
What?
The birthing in the going through the birthing cave.
The birth canal.
What are you saying?
No, I'm calling it the cave. In the
Tunnel.
cave.
Called a vagina.
Hey!
And Spider Grandma. We got too many spider people. There's too many spider people. We need to get back to basics here. I don't know. We gotta wrap it up.
Activists.
Please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants. We'll talk later.
Bye.
Okay, for those who saw this, I hope you guys enjoyed this. Like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment. This reaction was fun. Give these hot takes with my audience. If you guys want to be part of these videos, come to the stream. Or come to my YouTube live streams. All that great stuff. So I'll see you guys in the next one. Thank you. Later, guys.
Says oop, time for my history lesson.
All right. We got that out of the way. Now what's next? Lovely Complex. Okay, Lovely Complex Localizer. Fired by Distoke. I think I'm saying it wrong. Is this anime dub DOA?
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon. I am here with Geeky Sparkles.
Hello.
And we're going to do an update on the Discotek Lovely Complex dub debacle. So the person who was the, I guess, free, offered their free translation services, who's a YouTuber, by the way, named Jello Apocalypse. Yeah, they went on a rant about how...
What? What am I forgetting? Oh. Yeah. Okay, wait. I know. Pull this back. Let me get to that real quick. Fuck. Let's see. Okay. What am I looking at here? Where did you send this?
Says Discord.
Oh, this is the same boy with the hoodie? Ugh.
Says, yeah, the hands are tricky to sketch.
Are you going based off your drawing, or are you talking about based off the reference?
Says the reference.
And the reference is based on the real one, right? The one with the real person, or the one with the reference model, the drawn model.
Says, yep, the one with the reference model.
Bri, can you tell me what's that anime name with the guy with the sword that everyone made memes of? The reason why it's not gonna work based on this drawing, it's not gonna work is because
Says Kagura Baki.
Okay, hold on. Thank you, Bri. Thank you so much, my dude. Appreciate it. Yeah, the reason why this drawing's not gonna go well with the hands you're trying to draw is because the angle is totally like off.
Hand references.
Yeah, because the angle is totally off with the body, it's not going to work. It's like you trying to push a square peg into a round hole. It's not gonna work. If you're going based off that reference, you have to get the angle first, right, with the whole entire body for the hands to work. Now, it's not like you can't do it, but it's going to be extremely difficult.
Says then, how exactly would you recommend I draw the hand?
I would look for, since the okay, let me look up the
says I tried to look hands up for this particular thing, but it's tricky.
Okay. I don't know what. Okay. Thanks. Artextric. All right. So what you need to do here, based on the drawing that you have, you need to find a drawing on the same angle. So given what I'm seeing here is that the angle is, wait, based on your draw, where's the draw? Oh my god, I have too many things open. Based on your drawing, I'm not gonna lie, it's actually quite accurate, to be honest with you, based on how you have it. But it's not going to be accurate to the one that you're using as a reference. If you're trying to get the same pose for pose, it's not going to work. You just got to make sure that the upper part of the hand is overlapping the bottom part of the hand. So what I'm saying is that I gotta explain this. Where's my pencil? There it is. So when you're drawing the character, so like what the hand is supposed to be like this, how you have it.
It's like his fingers are different sizes. Since he's wearing a hoodie, wouldn't I draw like folds to show his hand is resting on the clothing? Or do I have something backwards?
Hold on. Yeah, I have too many fucking. I tried to look up for this particular thing, but it's tricky. Or is resting on the clothing. If you can do that to hide the problem, you can do that. It's not like he's not wearing a hoodie, so you can actually do that. It'll probably be easier just to hide whatever you need to hide out of the way, but you have to make sense. So if I were to draw the hand and it was on the waist, I would probably put a little bit of clothing over the knuckles, or if you don't want to do that, you can have the knuckles overlapping the sleeves.
Cause a lot of people I've watched said that when a hand is resting on their hips, they sometimes have like wrinkles a little to show it's resting or something.
Yes, you have to put wrinkles because it's touching itself. So you have to put those wrinkles like this, like. Or like at the edges of the fingers, like this. So yeah, you will have to do that because
Says how I get what you're saying.
It is affecting the clothing. The hands are literally holding or hanging on or holding towards the cloth. So therefore, you have to put some type of indication that they're touching. If you don't do that, it just looks like hands floating on top of the body. Well, that's how you're gonna get what you want. But ultimately, if you're trying to do a pose to pose type thing, it's not gonna work because the angle's off and not right. So it's not gonna work with the reference. So you're just making the reference like you think it's gonna work, but it's not gonna work. before I even do that. Before I even say yes to this, play this game. I'm going to Kagurabachi. Dude, I have too many freaking. Okay, there we go. Real quick. Oh, what was his name? Fuck. What was his name? Hold on.
Gotcha. The left hand was a little tricky. Since they look like they're sort of different sizes, if that makes sense. Had to use the old French fry method, but thank you.
No problem. Hold on. I need to. Put that back up there. Okay. And then what we'll do is I forgot who it was.
Says Kagurabaki.
No, I got it. It's just that I forgot who I was watching when I did that video on it. I'm gonna save and okay. Now I'm gonna just put it out. It doesn't really matter. Just put it out.
Kagurabaki is what Bry said.
Yeah, I know. Might as well just put it out. There we go. Alright, so those who are now we're back to what we were supposed to do. Okay, this is a lovely complex localizer fired by Desktop.
Wouldn't make fingers different sizes like that. It throws me off.
That's why you have to make it into a min. Desktop is anime dub DOA. So technically this localizer did some nonsense with this anime. I guess it's a romance anime. And because they took it upon themselves to do some nonsense, they got fired, and now it's making now it's making its rounds on the internet. So let's have this hot take. So let's see what this is about. Clownfish will talk about it. All that great stuff. Now I know some of you will be like, you only go on to Clownfish TV. I do like them. I do like how they explain the news, or at least what's going on. But I'll go to other like entertaining news to other people as well. I like watching like Asmongold, in a sense, watching Asmongold watch something, react to him and stuff like that. So we'll look at more stuff like that later, and more anime stuff. I'm gonna try to streamline most of my stuff towards anime, manga, or anything comic book. Those are the three things. I don't think it should be just like random shit, because that can be too broad to react and give hot takes on, so.
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon. I am here with Geeky Sparkles.
Hello.
And we're going to do an update on the Discotek lovely complex dub debacle. So the person who was the, I guess, free, offered their free translation services, who's a YouTuber, by the way, named Jello Apocalypse, yeah, they went on a rant about how, they were changing things in these dubs and their...
Oh, Jello Apocalypse. I haven't heard about him in a long time. Last I've heard of Jello Apocalypse is when, I think this was at the height or a little before the pandemic, when he was doing this show called Epithet. It was like My Hero Academia, but just silly. I think some of you may know what I'm talking about. It's like My Hero Academia, pretty much, but like not Hero Academia. My Hero Academia. It's like his own way of making his own like characters. It was cute. It was a cute game.
I teach.
Hello.
Says haven't watched them since high school.
Yeah, you can watch. He has a show called Epithet. I think it has season 1 and 2. I think they're free. I think season 1 is free on YouTube. I don't know about season 2, but It's entertaining and it's different because it plays more like the show plays more like a video game light novel, if that's your thing. But it is interesting to watch. Just give it a try. It's a cute show. It's pretty cute. It's silly. It's silly.
Doing it because of trans rights and all these current year talking points to a show that's actually like 20 years old. People found out, they weren't happy. This person has apparently been fired from their, again, free translation services.
What
job.
I said last time, which was they're probably gonna get fired, but it's probably gonna be because they're out there spilling the tea more than it's gonna be about the fact that they did bad translations.
Yeah, so we're gonna talk about the fallout from this and the damage done to Discotech. It's been pretty immense. A lot of anime fans not happy with them, and apparently they put a statement up regarding this guy.
Or did they now?
And then they took it down. And now they're like, wait, are they going to still use him? They're just not going to tell us? I mean, what's going on here? But it did sort of rip the mask off of what we already knew, which is there are some localizers that just want to take creative license with Japanese products, with Japanese properties that they did not create. They want to be co-creators, or they're bored, or they have activism on their mind, or whatever it is, and they want to change things just for the sake of changing them. And then if people call them out on it, they get called Nazis and chuds and yada yada.
Mm-hmm.
We know the drill, right? We know the drill. So we'll talk about that.
Hey.
And then we're going to talk about I think ghost stories, which we did mention in another video, and a lot of people sent me this article. Here's the thing: I've never heard the story. The official story that I had heard regarding the Ghost Stories dub was the ADV got this late in it.
Red licorice or black licorice? I say both. Oh, you think you've had licorice?
Its life cycle. They didn't really think much of the show, and they were kind of in a pissy mood, and they just kind of did whatever the hell they wanted to do, and that was that. But apparently there was a story going around that the show bombed in Japan, and Japan begged them to make changes, and that turns out
I don't think they would have begged them
true.
to make changes.
No,
I don't think
so.
that's
I think
Why would they do that? I
That
mean,
doesn't
I don't
make
know
any
if it bombed or
sense.
not in Japan. I'm just saying, I never thought they told them to and begged them to do it. I thought they just did it because they were being smartasses and they were going to be shut down anyway. So
that was
a bang. That's what I always
that
thought.
was my understanding. That is the story I have heard for years regarding ghost stories. I'm like, how the hell did they get away with this? Especially when you're dealing with kids, and some of the jokes they're making and stuff. Yeah, there's a story going around that it was a huge bomb in Japan, and Japan was begging the US to fix their shit, and that's not true. If you heard that version of the story, again, this is all new to me. I've never heard that version, but that's the version you heard. Apparently it's not true. Maybe we can talk a little bit about that. So let's talk about this. Before we get into it any further, please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants, guys. You get woohoo if you do.
Woohoo!
So this is coming from Silicone Era. Discotech puts out statement about Lovely Complex dub. So this is Justin Savakis, a producer at Discotech, put out a statement in regards to the company's English dub of the anime series Lovely Complex, which we talked about in a previous video, all the stuff that this Jello Apocalypse said that they were doing. The reference, this is in reference to the disparaging statements from Brendan Jello Apocalypse Blaber he had made about the source material. This is his YouTube channel. He's an animator, and he's actually got close to 2 million subs. I guess he's pretty popular. I've actually never heard of him.
Well, I don't know as much now after his comments before.
Yeah,
okay, so I ran into Jello Apocalypse back in my, I think, mid to late high school years. And this is around the time, I think, Jello Apocalypse, there was 2 animated newbies that really took storm at the time of 2012, 2013, no. 2013? No, not 2013. It was, no, I think it was 2013. I think it was 2013, between 2013 to probably 15, 16? Yeah, it was Jello Apocalypse and Joltoid. I think anyone have seen Joltoid at least one time. Maybe on accident, maybe even on purpose. I think if you know who I'm talking to, Emmy and her boyfriend, I don't know if they're still together to this point. It was a couple's animation channel. So like this was before the whole adpocalypse. This was before animators pretty much got screwed over on YouTube, but like it was a channel for it was a boyfriend girlfriend channel, and they would make like, you know, cute quick animation videos for YouTube on like topics like Minecraft and video games and anime. Like just like meme-ish stuff that they made. It was pretty high quality based on the art style. It's really cute and funny. I think she did most of the artwork, if I remember right, and he did help with voice acting and I think some production stuff. I don't know if he did some of the art. I'm not sure, but I don't know what happened because they was kind of like on the map, and then they just kind of like fell off completely, and they just went playing Let's Plays together. They went from animation to just doing Let's Plays. I think that was a good indication that the channel was pretty dead at that point. She will make cute thumbnails. I think Emmy, was her name. She made cute thumbnails, but I think that's as far as it went, most cases. But yeah, I think they was friends at one point. I think Jello, Apocalypse, and Emmy and them, Joltoid, did pretty well at the time. I think they was friends at one point, and I think they just kind of fell off completely.
I don't know, but people were really shocked. They were like, "Oh my god, what happened to this guy?" Like he used to be kind of edgy, and I don't know.
Edgy? I don't buy that.
I don't buy it either. I'm kind of looking
No,
at
I don't
this.
buy
I'm like,
that this person.
I'm not getting edgy from this. I'm not getting edgy from any of this. I'm getting Tumblr webcomic.
Yeah, I'm not getting edgy.
But anyway, that is what's going on with that. Yeah. So anyway, Blabber's lack of professional discretion is supposedly what got him fired from it. Basically,
well, that's what I would think too. I mean, and I said that. I mean, saying the stuff that he was saying was what was going to get him in trouble. And I said that yesterday or day before, whatever day that was.
Yeah, it wasn't so much that he admitted that they were making changes. It was the fact that he basically pulled the curtain back and said, "Hey, these companies don't give a crap."
Yeah.
You know, because you guys are basically too stupid to know what we're doing anyway, and we're trying to make it better. And as long as we don't talk about all the crap we're doing and we don't draw attention to it, but this happens.
He just drew attention to it.
Just drew attention to it. Now, back in the day, yeah, actually, you know, localizers and you know, dub voice actors, they could get away with a lot more because we didn't have access to the Japanese originals. You know, back in the day, we didn't know what we were missing. And now these people, especially if they've been pirating a show for years, you know, they know what the original is like or what it says. And again, this is making a pretty good case for, you know, just letting Japan handle it themselves when they're making so many changes. But yeah, he explained that Sound Cadence, I guess, is the dub studio he worked with. They obtained the rights to work on Lovely Complex's dub.
Good sleep is definitely important.
Oh, good sleep is absolutely important.
Why is it important to have an adjustable pillow?
Everybody sleeps different.
Shut up.
Dub from Discotech, who did not want to dub it because it is an expensive process. As such, he and many other people who worked on the production were volunteers. So he was a volunteer. So you're thinking, I'm going to volunteer on this because I love the source material so much.
Well, he clearly didn't love it that much because he wanted to change everything about it.
He didn't love it that much. Yeah, Blabber went on to talk about how much he hates Lovely Complex. He states that since he's a freelance contractor and does not have an official relationship with any of the companies involved, he's speaking for himself. And
this reminds me of like He-Man, She-Ra,
activists,
you know, Voltron, Thundercats, etc., etc.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. So this is the statement that was posted by Discotech Media by.
I don't understand, why do these companies keep hiring these people who hate the source material? Why do they keep doing this? I don't understand this. Like, there should be a vetting process. Ask them before they even get onto the job, do you know what this anime is? Are you familiar with this anime? What happens in the anime? Do you like the anime? Like, ask people before they get even close to a hiring process and say, do you like what you're seeing, or do you know the story behind this shit? And then they'll say yes and or no. If they don't know, don't hire them. If they do know, ask them more questions. Just to vet them. It's not that hard, right? Like, the girl who played, the lady who played, Madam Web in freaking, the Madam Web movie, the main female lead. She didn't know what the fuck she was even getting into at all, because they was asking her about the movie, and she barely even knows what's going on in the movie. She just knows like the most surface level shit, and you like think to yourself like, okay, this doesn't make much sense. Why we like? I understand that. I guess when you're an actor, you're just acting, but you need to be understanding where you are at all times. So when people ask you questions, like if you're Superman, right? You're not gonna go up to Superman and say, Superman, can you turn green?" Right? If you ask, "Do Superman turns green?" you should at least have an idea that he does not turn green. He might be scared of green rocks, but he does not turn green. If I have to ask you that, and you're the main lead, and you're supposed to play this character, that's kind of important. It's like kind of knowing your address to your house. You know what I'm saying? Since you are living there, since you're acting, you should know what the hell your house is, or at least know what it looks like. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. But when we play this game where it's like, oh, well, I asked you a question about the character you're playing and you don't have no idea just because you're getting a fat check, just kind of annoys the hell out of me. It just seems like you're undeserving of having this role. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wouldn't hire someone who wants a check but doesn't know how to cook shrimp. You know what I'm saying? And then I'm expecting them to make a 5-star meal with shrimp if they don't know how to cook shrimp. But I'm giving them a fat check. That doesn't make much sense. You know what I'm saying? You know how that makes sense? That's madness. Who would do this? Like, you're just burning your money away, bro. Hey, Cantaloupe. I think it's Cantaloupe. Hello, Cantaloupe. I see you there. I did not see that. Let me see. Play it.
Justin Savakis, and we'll blow this up here because it's been pulled down. He said, "We're aware of the comments made by a contractor that worked on Lovely Complex. The English version was made with the supervision and approval of the show's original producers. Dubs commonly punch up comedy and smooth over rough patches so the end product aligns with the show's intended audience and provokes the intended response. And there will always be shades of gray when adapting work."
But what they changed, what the intended response sounds like it was, and what they changed it to make it doesn't sound like the same thing.
He basically said that they just kind of give them carte blanche and don't really pay attention. So that doesn't look good for Discotech to work with other Japanese companies, because they're like, hey, we give you our stuff. We don't know what you're going to do with it, you know? Anyway, back to his statement. He said, anyone expecting exact fealty to Japanese dialogue should be watching the subtitles, which Discotech has always presented with as little alteration as possible when translating from a very different language. We are deeply disappointed in this individual's lack of professional discretion and will not be working with him in the future. We will continue to work on future projects with an eye towards satisfying as many fans as possible.
The translation, we're still going to pull this shit. We're just going to find someone who keeps their mouth shut.
Yes. That's just it. So he pulled this down. So the producer pulled it down.
Because everybody's calling him out. Like, so basically you're just going to keep doing this shit, but then, you know, you're just not working with this person.
Yeah. Niche Gamer put this together.
They said they were asked to take it down. By who?
They were asked. Probably Blabber. Because he's probably like, oh, you're defaming me. I'm like, you let the dude work for free and he destroyed your company's credibility.
Well, he's only defaming you. I mean, it's
he didn't name him. He didn't say, hey, Justin Blabber fucked up our translation because he had to get his current year activism in there on a 20-year-old show.
This reads, okay, let's read this again. We are aware of the comments made by a contractor, that's him,
yes,
that worked on Lovely Complex. The English version was made with the same supervision and approval of the show's original producer. So you're implying that the original producers from Japan
signed off on
it. But that's not exactly what you're saying, but that's what it reads. Dubs commonly punch up comedy to smooth over rough patches. So the end product aligns with the show's intended audience. What was the intended audience? Because from what I'm seeing in the original dialogue, the intended audience, the intent was to make fun of trans people originally. I don't watch the show, but that's how it came across.
Yeah, I mean...
And then you changed it, so it's not aligning with the original intent. That's not what's happening. It's basically when it comes to something that's problematic, we hire people to pussify it so that people don't get pissed.
They're not going to be called localizers. They're going to be called pussifiers.
I'm just saying, basically, that's what's going on. Your intended audience. You mean the triggered people on Twitter?
Yes,
because
pretty
that's
much.
basically what it is. Basically, what I'm hearing is we take old anime and then we pussify it so that Twitter people don't get mad, and we're going to keep doing that. We're just making sure we pick pussies with mouths closed.
Okay. Skip.
The time is right.
We're not doing this. We're not doing that. I didn't say that, TikTok. We're good people. I love my Chinese overlords. China's amazing. China's cool. I love China. China is cool. TikTok is cool. TikTok makes me breathe at night. TikTok is where it is. TikTok is the coolest place ever. TikTok.
You should be on camera for that.
Are you happy now?
Here's the thing, right? Like this happens though. How do these people?
Yeah, she's talking about cats, felines, the thing that walks around, and lions, cats. It purrs. It drinks milk. It meows. It licks its arm, and it sleeps on the end of the bed or some crap.
I'm gonna say it again. If this is the first time you've watched our take on this. This is how these people get into fandoms. I'm serious. This is how they do it. They volunteer. A lot of them are like, "Oh, I'm going to volunteer to be a community manager,"
or they'll do it cheap. What are you
they'll
paying
do it
them?
cheap.
I'll do it cheaper than them.
Yeah, I'm happy to get anything. I'm happy to work on your Marvel comics for $50 a page because I'm not getting paid anything on Tumblr. You know what I'm saying?
When we're seeing like page rates and comics go down, and like price per article on journal blogs go down, and the how much they pay translators go down, you can pretty much blame it on the people that are willing to do it for free or next to nothing, so that they can get themselves in there. And they scream later about how all the income rates are down. It's like, but you ran it down because it's only going to be worth it. If you'll take less, they'll give you less. Like, you know what I mean? We're worth so much more. Well, you kind of did it to yourselves.
Yeah, I mean, this is the.
Hey, bro, how you doing?
I've said before, especially when it comes to like comics, right? And this is kind of a tangent, but I've said before that when things started getting really weird in comics, the professionalism left when the money did, because you can't afford professionals, or you realize you could get by hiring people cheaper, but the people that you get cheap are a lot of times. They're activists like this. They're anti-capitalist activists. They just want a platform. I mean, they'll
but then they get the platform and they scream about how they're not getting paid much.
Yeah, then they'll scream later about how they're not getting paid much.
But
you're anti-money.
They set the rate.
You're anti-money. You know what they should do is they should send Jello Apocalypse a bill for the lost sales. Like, you just cost us.
There's no really way to quantify that, honestly.
I guarantee you, a lot of people are going to boycott Discotheque products. A lot of people are definitely not going to buy this set.
You're going to be hard pressed to prove that because it's going to be very hard to quantify.
It's like, damn it, and that's why I'm saying, like, you have to hire the right people. You can't hire people that are going to run at the mouth on social media. And back in the day, it didn't happen. I mean, a lot of these people, I'm going to tell you the truth. A lot of these people, they've had the same politics. They've had the same outlook that they do now. It's just it wasn't all out in public. So the consumers didn't know, and what they didn't know didn't hurt them. They would just kind of judge a product on some merit. But now they look at the product and they look at who's making the product and what they're saying on social media. So it's not just the product itself. A lot of people now are like, okay, yeah, I would go see that movie, but the director said dumb shit. Now I don't want to go see that movie. The directors were probably saying dumb shit behind the scenes 30 years ago. We just didn't know it.
I'm sure. Well, I'm looking at this person's account, this Justin Savakis, and everything I'm seeing there, just I stand by what I said, what the translation of that paragraph is.
Yeah.
There's definitely an agenda here.
Definitely an agenda. So yeah, it's made out of the loop on Reddit. Everybody's like, what the hell's going on here? But apparently they're gone, maybe, or at least they're going to try to memory hole it and they'll come back again. Some people said that they think Jello Apocalypse's suggested changes maybe didn't make it into the final dub because the producers in Japan might have nixed some of it.
I don't know. They're saying the way they're talking, they all.
I'm so confused. Is Jello? Yeah. Wait, I'm so confused. Is Jello Apocalypse the one who made the? I'm so confused. Is he just making a hot take and people are mad at him, or is it that he's making a hot take on someone's fuck up and then people are mad at his hot take of the dude messing up?
So let's talk about this, because every time we talk about dubs and changes, Ghost Stories comes up because I freaking love.
Amazing.
I freaking love Ghost Stories, right?
If you haven't seen it, go watch it. If you like us, you'll like this. They're way worse than me.
And look, this kind of stuff, happened. It happened back in the day. Now, again, the story I heard, and I just wanted to address this because every time we talk about localizers, are like, well, they've been doing this since the early 2000s, just doing whatever the hell they want. And I'm like, yeah, but in this case, like, I'll tell you the truth. I don't think I would have watched the original show. I would have took one look at it and been like, okay, this is like Japanese Scooby-Doo, but not funny.
I have watched some of it with subtitles before, and I was like, I prefer the dub.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the novelty of it. So,
I need Jesus.
So damn weird. And
my kids literally go around Mirror Walks, and they'll just like, my daughter especially will just start randomly doing that.
Oh my
God.
God.
They'll do the little brother from Ghost Stories, and then they both start howling. They think it's hilarious. Like.
All the stuff. Now, what's so funny about this is all the stuff that these voice actors accuse people on social media of being.
They were behind doing it.
You started it. Like you were saying crazy ass shit. Now you're gonna play the Puritan now, but you're saying crazy ass shit in this. And look, I think it's funny.
I just realized that me doing that, if you didn't watch the show, you're not gonna know what
the
hell I was just doing.
You're not gonna know. So just to be clear, like
watch the show, it'll make sense.
This is nothing like the original. The bare bones of the stories there, and then they just kind of ran with it and just made up a bunch of shit. And
I'll have to watch it back to back. Watch the dub and then watch the subtitle version and see what the. I'm sure it's a huge difference. My problem is sitting down and having time to do it.
So this is we've actually had that. We had the DVD set.
I haven't watched all of it. I've never finished it.
Oh really?
So have you finished it?
I got through most of it.
I haven't never had time. Like I usually get, busy, and then I get distracted by K-drama. Marry My Husband, very good. Apple Plus. Go ahead, continue.
Anyway, so the story I always heard again was that ADV just didn't give a shit. They didn't care.
I never heard it was crap in Japan. I just heard that ADV didn't care.
Yeah, they got it and they're like, okay, we're going out of business anyway, so we don't give a shit. That's the story I always heard. But the
result was one of the most wildly offensive, bizarre anime dubs ever made. Hot damn it was, but it's worth it.
Oh my God.
Wildly offensive. So wonderful.
Monica, like, so I was so disappointed. I was so disappointed. With Monica Rial like acting like she's on a high horse now.
Did you know she has a vagina?
Oh my God! Stop. Fast forward.
In close conjunction with
No. We are family friendly. We didn't say that. This idiot didn't say that. No. That didn't happen. Jesus Christ, buddy. Just Jesus. Do not get me in trouble.
Game arts. So, they were putting, pop culture jokes and stuff like that in these games, but like Game Arts was very aware of it. It wasn't like they were just doing it behind their backs.
I guess my thing is, if something is so problematic that you have to change so much about it to make it palatable for modern audiences, then you should probably just leave it as it is.
Yes,
don't make
leave
it
it alone.
And just release it with subtitles.
Yeah.
I guess that's where I'm at. Like, if it was so problematic the way it sounds, I never watched the one we were talking about, so I don't know. Then don't touch it. Like, if you're just going to go in and change everything about it just to make it, less whatever, so people don't scream about it, then they never were going to enjoy it anyway, because they're not enjoying it as it was intended, and there's no point. Go find something else that they will like. Yeah. That takes less change.
And again, this is an anime that I wouldn't have given a second glance to.
This is as funny as hell.
I think
the intent on this was different than the intent on the one we were talking about.
Right, we're not. That's
intent matters.
I would say in some cases, if they're changing it to actually punch it up, or there's a joke that just is not going to work, it's not going to land in English, and that does happen sometimes. Sometimes they have it doesn't work because it's not the same language. Maybe one word sounds like another word, and that's kind of the joke over there, but it's not going to work over here, so you got to change it. Stuff like that I get. Stuff they have to change to be able to broadcast it, I get, because it's either you make the change to it or it doesn't get on the air at all. You take your pick. What I don't get is the more modern trend of trying to retro fix anime that you think is problematic for whatever reason. And then attacking fans when they find out that there have been changes made. And again, it wasn't because you had to make them. It's because the localizers just wanted to make them because they themselves didn't like these characters saying these things. And that's
well, that's the thing. This is stupid because it's just like, if you don't like you said, it's like, what's the point of changing it? Because once you change nearly everything about it, that just defeats the whole purpose of even putting it out there in the first place, because now you're just getting a whole different story, a whole different dynamic, and a whole different narrative, and then it's not going to even land. 9 times out of 10, it's not going to land. It's like doing a math problem.
Says it's not that thing anymore.
Yeah, it's like doing a math problem. And originally this was the right answer, but because the right answer is wrong, we'll just put random numbers and hope for the best. Because the numbers are not the answer is problematic. So instead of or what we can do is just change the whole sentence of the math problem. Then we're not even doing maybe we're not even doing like addition. We're doing like division and multiplication. Shit, we're probably even doing algebra or calculus at this point. So it's something completely different from where it is. It just defeats all the purpose for even watching it or putting the effort to get to know it. Like it makes no sense to do it. Like it just doesn't make any sense. Like it makes no sense. I would just leave it alone. Don't put it out. Leave it alone. Let it stay in where it is.
That's a huge difference. I personally think. But that's just me. Anyway, they said that they said the story was Ghost Stories was a total flop. They said it was such a financial and critical failure in Japan that Aniplex let ADV do whatever the hell they wanted to do. And they don't mention, they're like, ADV, a now defunct American entertainment distributor. ADV Films back in the day in the 90s was the biggest anime distributor. They were huge.
They're also really pissed because it's wildly offensive.
Oh, it's wildly offensive.
So this person's just pissed in general. So they're gonna spin it a certain way. I just heard that they were going out and they just figured, what the fuck? That's what I heard.
That was
I don't know. I wasn't there.
That was my takeaway from it too. That's what I heard.
They don't know this is true. There's overwhelming evidence to the contrary. They're just saying.
Some people actually said that it was beating out Dragon Ball or something.
Johnson, why are you naked? Because my t-shirt
sucks.
I don't think. He's wearing a cheap plastic tee.
I don't think that's
ratings, but yeah, they said it had solid ratings and aired in other countries. So yeah, they said Ghost Stories. Yeah, this is in the media from 2000, 2001 when Ghost Stories was broadcast. Here's some of the issues from that period, and yeah, it's on the cover of.
I just thought they were just dicking around at over here. That's what I always figured.
It was doing okay.
So this person is just really, really ass mad about the fact that it's wildly offensive.
Who cares?
So if you need more evidence that we've all been tricked into. I never heard this. I don't know where the hell this came from. If you need more evidence that we've all been tricked into believing a successful show is an epic failure, there's also the fact that the original anime has received overall favorable reviews in Japan, 3.7 out of 5 stars. Further contradicting the alleged failure of the anime in its original form.
This person's really pissed about it. They're so mad. It's worth it just because they're so pissed.
They said that
they spent how much time on this?
I don't know. The ADV Films English dub is the only version of Ghost Stories in which the original script was altered. The Japanese version of Ghost Stories aired in numerous countries, and the overall tone and script remained unchanged even when it was dubbed in other languages. The series also received another English dub that stayed faithful to the spirit and intent of the original script, but nobody talks about that.
This is not as fun, I'm sure.
No, that dub was broadcast in various parts of the world as well. The original Japanese version has been streaming on Crunchyroll since 2015.
You can see the original one, guys.
Yeah,
if you want to see it, it's easy to go see. Just go see the one that's the fun one first.
Given the considerable amount of evidence to the contrary, I'm curious now. Where exactly did the false narrative that the original Ghost Stories bombed in Japan come from?
I didn't. That wasn't what I was really. But I always thought it was just because they were going out at ADV and just wanted to have fun. Like I didn't think it was.
That was my understanding. That's always been my understanding.
I honestly didn't know how it did in Japan. I really didn't. I just thought this was funny.
They said the misinformation comes from a single source, Steve Foster, who served as the ADR director for Ghost Stories.
Basically, don't cancel me because we made it this way.
We had to make it. We had to do it. We had to make no.
You know what? This is one time, but I'm glad they did.
Yeah. Foster has served as the ADR director for various anime shows, earning a reputation for his habit of making strange changes to the story, tone, and dialogue for the English dubs he oversaw.
This is a comment. This is about page. My liberal take on anime made me famous to millions of people while making me infamous to a few others, mainly trolls. Now I'm not 100% sure which side is responsible for it, but I am in the Urban Dictionary.
Fosterizations.
You see, the critics reviewing my shows came up with the word for my technique. Someone got that word into the Urban Dick.
Wow.
Now, Foster-Eyes has a kind of snarky definition, and why I believe it should read fucking something up because it wasn't perfectly fine at all. In fact, it kind of sucked. I'm still oddly proud of this weird little accomplishment. And yes, I did buy a mug with the definition on it. I don't blame you.
Oh my God.
Oh, look, again.
The fosterization of
I don't care. It's fucking funny. I'm sorry.
In this case, I will give you that this is.
It's a South Park anime. Yes,
it is.
Yes,
it's pretty much what that is.
Well.
It's South Park in a nutshell.
I love the dub. I'm sorry. I tried watching the sub on this this particular case. I tried watching the subtitle. I'm like, God, this is boring.
No, I actually kind of would want to do both. I just have to have time to do it. I actually would sit through both.
I've tried watching a couple episodes of subtitle.
But
and
I would watch it both ways the whole way through. I don't know. I just don't understand people are so pissed about it.
Wow. Yeah, I just heard that they were on their way out. ADV was huge. Like, I don't understand why people are like, yeah, there was this little company called ADV. I'm like, it was freaking, they did Evangelion. Anyway, we spent more time talking about ghost stories than we did talking about Lovely Complex.
Honestly, it's worth talking about because it's funny.
But I think there is a difference in the intent. I think that's basically where it's at. Now we have people that are making changes maliciously. It's not to make it funny. It's not to make it better.
No, they're trying to make it better, but they're trying to make it better for certain people.
For activism.
Again, and that's what I'm saying. If you're so offended by the source material, then my recommendation is don't dub it. Just leave it be as it is and move on to something that you think would be more acceptable. Because if you're just going to change everything about it, like a Ghost Stories move, but not funny, then I'd say don't. I mean, even Ghost Stories, by my own I will admit, probably shouldn't have happened. But it's funny as hell.
It is funny. All right, let's wrap this one up. Please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants. We'll talk later.
Bye.
All right. With that said, I hope you guys enjoy this. Like, share, follow, and subscribe, share, follow, and comment. I hope you guys enjoy this. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Thank you for watching this hot take with me and my audience. And we'll see you guys in the next one. Thank you, Clownfish. All right. Let me see here. So there's something going on. I can X this out. Don't need this. There's something going on with a VTuber. I'm not really sure who this VTuber is because I don't really keep up with VTubers at all. But apparently there's this VTuber. And it's like major drama. And I don't know what's going on. Neji Sanji. Neji Sanji, I think it's Neji Sanji. Neji Sanji threw Selentaki under the bus. I don't know if I should start from the beginning or start from what's the most recent from Rev Says. Does anyone know about this? Does anyone know about this drama with Neji Sanji? I guess this is a VTuber. Dookie Bird's explosive final statement on Neji Sanji's situation. I don't know where to start.
Says I hear about it.
I wonder if I should just start from the beginning and... Okay, so I see here Neji Sanji is a black company. Sanji Kalapos.
Okay, I'm back for a bit and is taking me out for a
She won.
Valentine's date.
Okay, humanities Sanji with a record-breaking stream. I don't know. Let's okay. I guess we'll start from the beginning.
Leveling up the rewards program. Now you can earn points on fuel and other everyday items, like your...
Hey, what's up guys, Rev here. So I've been covering VTuber related news for several years now, including many Neji Sanji related controversies, but none of these stories hold up to the explosive details of today's story. So for over a month, concerned fans have been asking Neji Sanji management a very simple question, and that is, where is Selen Tatsuki? Well, we finally got an answer. They have officially terminated their contract with Selen. No graduation stream, all of her accounts have been wiped of content and privated. It is completely over. She has moved on. She is terminated from this company. Now, I want to give you a bit of a roadmap for this video. We're going to start off by reading this document released by Niji Sanji management. It is 3 pages of yapping where they're going to do their best to try to throw Selene under the bus and show that they have no respect or appreciation for her years of hard work with the company, and they have no respect for her mental health and well-being. And then we're going to compare all of that to statements she has made on an account that is now confirmed to be her personal account, where she shares more details about the situation and also shares the reason for her hospitalization back in December. That was the result of Selene attempting to take her own life. And part of the reason she cites for that...
I think this is going to be a long one. I saw Asmongold talk about this. So I think if I go to Asmongold instead, he might just give me the 401 on this, because this looks like a big... Like, it seems like a big... I don't know. What do you call it? Popular streamer attacks Nicky Bird. Okay, so... Wait. Big Tour collapses finale. Okay, so this is what it is.
This has been going on now for like almost a week. So this girl was part of this bullshit VTuber organization.
Okay.
That is basically, you know how we said that they didn't have slavery anymore? Well, I mean, these guys don't really have slavery, but they're trying to get pretty close. And so she leaves the org, they trash her, and then this has been going back and forth.
Okay.
Guys, right here. So today we have some big
then we're gonna watch Rev anyway.
Updates regarding the ongoing Niji Sanji situation. We're gonna cover 2 topics. The first being a very serious response that Doki Bird has posted onto Twitter this morning regarding the message that was sent by several of the Niji Sanji EN livers 2 days ago. And second, we're going to cover some updates regarding the Niji Sanji EN liver Scarlet, who many people are concerned about based on some activity over the past couple of days. Now, we're going to start with the Doki Bird update. So, as you know, a couple days ago, she was set to stream her first Neopets stream, and this was quickly interrupted by...
Neopets still exist? What the hell? Didn't Neopets like come around the same time as like Club Penguin? I didn't know. What the hell? I thought Neopets died a long time ago. I thought...
Says crazy, right?
I thought what took over Neopets was it Webkins? Is that what it's called? Webkins? Was it Webkins, right? I didn't know Neopets even exist still. What the hell? It was like the Digimon for babies, I think. Or it was like a Digimon Pokemon hybrid for babies, but there was no fighting. It was just like collecting them, and that was just, I think, pretty much it at one point. I think that was it. I'm not totally sure, but I'm pretty sure that was it.
By a message posted by Alira Pandora onto her YouTube channel. This was a joint statement between her and fellow EN livers Vox Akuma and Ike Eveland. This was a statement that was attacking Selene, aka Doki Bird, and to give you the too long didn't read version of events, essentially these 3 Niji Sanji EN livers threw Selene under the bus. They painted her as a liar, and they focused on a legal document that they all viewed and saw as a threat to their personal safety because they believed this legal document prepared by Selene and her lawyer.
Well, I think also like one element of this that needs to be kept in mind is that whenever you work for one of these like VTuber agencies, they have pretty much complete autonomy over what you're doing with your avatar and with your online presence. So what I think happened is that the people that run the company put these people up to going out and shitting on her. I think that it was like, it was something that they kind of had to do.
Was something that contained personal information
that's what would make
that could
sense.
lead to their public doxing by...
I was always very, I never really saw the point of, like, I see why they have those agencies that for, like, VTubing models and stuff, because, like, I guess the agency is supposed to, like, protect you from bullshit or, like, PR problems. But I always feel like you're selling your soul or your whole, like, livelihood to them, because once you don't want to deal with them anymore, I'm pretty sure there's some form of clause where you have to, like, you're pretty much essentially giving up your VTubing model to them. So if you don't want to do it no more, they can probably take it from you and have someone else use it. That's what I always thought they would do. So that was something I would never really get myself into at all. I don't think it makes much sense. Like, if you're doing well, I think it's best to do well on your own as a VTubing creator than try to get with an agency, because if you're doing fine to the point that agency will take you, then you don't need the agency. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're doing well as a YouTuber or a TikToker or whatever, I understand I'm with an agency, but they're just literally there to stop me from, like, or at least talk on my behalf when I get banned from TikTok, right? That's pretty much it. They don't, like, other than, like, the gifts and stuff. But, like, other than that, there's no need for the agency all that much. They don't really do much for me other than protect me from stupidness. Other than my mods who just tell me don't talk about certain subject, you know. But I'm not signing my VTubing, I'm not signing my my likeness or my channel or my TikTok channel to my agency. They're just there to, you know, just protect me or at least help me out, you know. So that's pretty much it. But what these agencies, like you said, they have full autonomy over your whole, like, online presence. So I'm pretty sure you can't just post stuff on that account whenever you want. I'm pretty sure that you have to go through, like, a certain board of, like, a PR person or agency that or an agent to post anything, especially if it's, like, just anything, because, like, they don't want you to say something that may, I don't know, ruin the brand or the outlook of the brand in general, right? So I wouldn't. I always said this, or I said this, like, if you're a person who makes music, right, and you have a following to the point that you're making at least enough money to, I don't want to say the word live off, but you're making enough money to say, okay, I'm making some money, and now you want to get with a label, a record label, I would not do it, because, like, 9 times out of 10, record labels don't help you out. They actually make your situation much worse most cases, especially if you don't read that fucking contract or you don't have a lawyer look through it, because it can lead to, like, very bad situations, right? So, like, if you have enough of a following or a cult following that you can make enough money to live off of, or like a Patreon or something, you don't need the agency. Just keep doing what you're doing. Just be aware of the trends or what's happening. Look at what will die and what won't, and what will stay longer than usual, and then see if you can implement that in your work. But, like, I don't think it makes much sense to, like, outright sell your whole, like, situation to another organization, because they usually have autonomy over you.
And put their safety at risk. Now, this, as it turns out, is a legal document that Dokibird never intended anyone other than the legal parties involved to see. So the fact that these 3 livers saw this was very concerning to Dokibird, and when she found out about this statement that was released as she was live streaming, very intentionally by Niji Sanji, she would have this to say.
Yes, I really wished I really wanted to move on from all of this, but was going to move on and everything.
That's so awkward.
And was never going to address this anymore, but because they've decided to address it, even though I wanted
she
everything
has to say something, yeah,
to be over with, that is not my fault, and because of this, I will have to respond with a document that my lawyer has written and I have written up.
Bro,
This is awkward as fuck. Why would you? Oh man, this is awkward. I don't know. This is weird. Why would you? Damn, that's awkward. Why would you? Oh man, I don't know. I don't know if she has to respond to that, like, at that very moment, but, like, that is very awkward for everyone to hear and see, because they probably don't know what the hell is going on. So she's saying a lot of legal jargon, and that's probably killing the stream. It's like,
also who's talking and sounds congested.
Like it's funny because it's like when I'm drawing anime girls on the phone and I'm bringing a bunch of people, and then when I start drawing a dude, it just dies, right? That's what's kind of happening right here. That's killing the flow.
In case something like this did happen.
So after making those
She had it on
comments,
deck,
she
man.
would quickly end her stream where she'd be quiet on social media until this explosive post she made this morning on Twitter. So let's give it a read.
Activated her trap
I was ready
card.
to move on. I had made my last statement, and I haven't looked at anything regarding my past for a full week. I didn't look at anything regarding legal documents or anything regarding my situation since I moved back to Doki. I wanted to be hopeful for the future and never interact with that side again, so to see all come back and reopen a wound that I was ready to heal from and to have to talk to my lawyer again on how to respond. The document mentioned was at first made to document my thoughts and history with evidence so that my lawyer can see the...
I think that they're just trying to they're trying to twist the knife as much as possible, and they're trying to make it as unpleasant for her as possible. Even if they're going to lose in the situation, they want to make her life as bad as possible in order to set an example out of her so other people don't do the same thing.
General picture of what was going on, and if there were any issues that
39 Daft called her a liar. Where's the clip of that?
Be addressed. It was first made during my darkest time mentally, and I wrote everything on my mind by little at that time. I made the document thinking that it was never going to be public to anyone but my lawyer, although it was a document filled with my personal information as well as privacy information that should not be public. There were no other addresses or specific locations mentioned regarding a recording. This
Somebody says it's a latest fall side video. Yeah, I'll look at that after he finishes reading.
Was not intended to be anything other than a distribution test for planning of a collaboration event between two people, which happened to be left over from one test recording. And I never recorded any other conversations with anyone. The recording was never shown anywhere, even in a legal setting, and there are no other records. However, I regret that it was mentioned, and I am sorry to all the parties affected for the misunderstanding in this. She goes on to say,
yeah, I mean, this is just like, let me go back, and I'm gonna go look at this and see real quick what the Daft thing was.
Cheering on the Aluna debut for Niji-Sanji English. Daft being a part of numerous Niji-Sanji streams alongside other agency VTubers, as yesterday Daft would speak on the subject of the Selen Tatsuki termination, or more specifically about Doki Bird, the talent behind Selen Tatsuki, who yesterday on Twitter posted what could potentially be her last statement regarding that termination from Niji-Sanji English.
Daft log strike again.
Known to chat with her viewership in her offline chat, yesterday remarking on the situation and having a few choice words regarding Doki Bird. This not being the first time that Daft's offline chat records have attracted attention, as some remarks that she had made in her chat in December of...
So wait, is the issue that she talked crazy about another VTubing character named Doki Bird? Is that what this is? Is this what this ultimately about? She talk shit about some other VTubing model or content creator in the same org? Because I'm still confused of what's happening. I'm genuinely trying to figure out. I'm not trying to troll or anything. I don't really technically care, but it's what's been popping up on my For You page frequently, and it's been annoying. So I'm just trying to understand what's happening. Like, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
2021, we're seen by...
It's like, you know who she should be thankful for is Bruce. Is because everybody used to call her out for this, but then Bruce came in and he said, hold up, wait a minute. I could do you one better than that. And now everybody just talks about Bruce instead.
Some viewers as insensitive. Daft at the time and many times after going on to say that there was no wrongdoing on her part, despite one of have the 39 Daft log, which we may interject from time to clarify with information as we know it. This log meant to be read scrolling up, as Daft would begin with Jesus. I'm reading the Doki Bird thing, and it's so strange. If she has proof of the harassment that people refuted, why does she not show it? Or tweet, I don't know. I just don't buy it, to be honest. Don't know, but it makes no sense why she thought it would be private. If you specifically named individuals that bullied and harassed you within a company, they will be sent the documents relevant to them. Daff at this time referring to no law or HR practices where that ever happens. From Niji's tweet, you can infer these people all had their specific documents individually sent to them. And at this time, we're not aware if there are individual documents or just a singular document that the Niji Sanji livers had seen. Daff continuing, and she seems to not understand that, so I have to assume these people disagreed with what they considered harassment, which she worried over. Because I genuinely also don't understand how you can file a court case and say you want to move on as if it's not ongoing. I'm sorry, girlie, that's not how legal matters work. You can't decide on a whim when you want it to be convenient. Seemingly unknown to Daff, there has been no word from either Niji Sanji or...
I think that really, like, having it be out of the public record is kind of different than having a legal thing happen. Like, for example, like, you probably don't want to have something going on where everybody's talking about it in a public setting and, like, bringing it up to you constantly. But, like, you might want to have something resolved legally at the same time. Also, if she posts the pictures of her getting harassed that she says that she has, number one, she probably plays a card that she's told by her lawyers not to play, because they're going to use that as evidence in whatever the court case is that they're planning on having. So that would be effectively, it's like you don't want to show your hand whenever you're playing Magic the Gathering to the person that you're playing against. I think that this is probably, number one, the reason. Number two, the reason is that it could also cause these other people to get harassed that would then have her turn. So this is the chain of events that would happen, is that she would post the information that would, demonize a few different people, and those people get harassed by her fan base and people that support her, and then the people that are harassing the people that harass Doki Bird are getting, like, they go so far, they're like, oh, we're gonna kill you, we're gonna dox you and do all this other stuff. Then Doki...
Then what I'm hearing, this is not really anything. What I'm hearing is that what's leading to this is, like, I guess it's a big misinformation of, like, VTubers not getting along or something around that lines, and some type of subject got out where it was not supposed to between two VTubers on some type of conversation. I don't know if it was about mental health per se, but it's something around those lines. That's what I'm thinking. I'm probably wrong. I'm still trying to figure this whole thing out. Like, I don't technically care about any of these VTubers at all. I don't know who these people are. But it's like, it's been popping so much in my For You page. It's almost inescapable at this point, right? So I'm trying to figure out what's the issue. Maybe this is something another a VTuber as myself can learn from. Maybe there's something more to this that I can learn from this, and others who wants to get into VTubing. Because especially if you're going to join an organization, I will never join. I don't think I'll ever join a VTubing American English slash organization. I don't think that makes sense, because if you have enough of a following that you can do it on your own, I suggest do it on your own. So when shit goes left, you don't have to worry about what you say. You can say whatever you want. You can say the most dumbest thing ever and the most dumbest hot take ever and then get in trouble. But you're only affecting yourself and probably the people around you, but you're not affecting a whole organization where they can legally come after you, or a case may be, or others that is in the same organization, So it's kind of like that to that point, but I don't know. It's a weird thing here. I'm trying to figure it all out. I don't know.
Bird is seen as the person who is responsible for these other content creators being harassed and, like, basically, like, getting doxxed or something like that. So it would indirectly, like, make her into a villain in the eyes of some people. So it's like, basically, if she goes and she says who it is, those people will get harassed, and then it will be like kind of equal grounds because they harassed her, and then she also indirectly harassed them. Now, I don't agree with this line of logic. I think that whoever drew first blood is wrong and whoever responds isn't. Self-defense, stand your ground, brother. But that's not how people on the internet see it. And that's not how some people on the internet will see it. So whenever one of these people gets attacked and they start explaining how, oh, well, I have PTSD from this happening, and, oh, all of these Doki Bird viewers went and harassed me, like, that's 100% what they're going to do, right? And they're all going to kind of, like, start saying the same thing about her. They'll spread these lies about her and make her look bad. So it's something that you really only want to do as a last resort. I'm not saying that she shouldn't do it. I think that that's something that you should only do if you can't do anything else. And also, like, probably the real issue is with the company itself and not with those people.
Doki Bird that there is an ongoing court case
that's the
that has
reason
been
why.
filed. We're only aware that the legal representatives between Nijisanji and Doki Bird are exchanging documents. Also, you can't accuse dozens of people of harassing you without proof when their livelihood is directly affected. Then conveniently withdraw said proof citing privacy, saying legal reasons makes more sense. It's weird. Yeah, there's...
I mean, Daff is kind of right there that it does really suck that, like, you're just being accused of this and there's no evidence of it and people are believing it's true. Like, she is kind of right about that.
Just so much not adding up on her side. So I'm really suspicious, and the mob mentality makes it worse. Nah, one side is way more sus. No, because they're refuting what she served them. They're not forced to do anything, nor can they lie. It's a serious legal matter. And of course, for the record, companies absolutely can, will, and have lied. To assume they did...
Well, they actually are communicating through their content creators, I think. And so as plausible deniability, like, for example, like that Ilaria Pandora girl, like her stream, I would view that as communication of the company.
Because of Niji incompetence is nonsensical. Mother effer, it's effing legal shit. Then imagine, why did they say no? Why did they volunteer? This likely referring to the 3 Nijisanji livers who stated their views during a 15-minute stream hosted on Nijisanji English's Alira Pandora's channel. No, there's only one reason. It's insane cope to think that they were forced by Niji or just attributed to incompetence. It's a serious legal matter. They can...
This is so convolutedly stupid. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna pretend like I know what's going on per se, but this is dumb. This is beyond stupid. I don't know. I just don't know. I really, truly don't know what to make out of this. Like, I can't even make a hot take all that much. Because, like, it's hard to make a hot take when you don't know what the hell. So you're just kind of just listening, and then you have to make your own, like, assumptions based on what you're looking at, and you're not even sure if it's even right. Because I'm thinking, is it on the premise that like there was a conversation that was had that was not supposed to get onto the public that ended up being a legal problem between 2 co-working VTubing models?
Not be coerced or lie. These livers...
I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't think so. And also, just because it's a serious legal matter, I mean, it was a serious legal matter of sharing somebody's medical documents, but they seem to do that too. So I don't really think that that's something that they're really afraid of. I think it's something that they do on their own. Like, I'm sorry, but there's a lot of times where people will do something, even if not necessarily it's told to them directly, but that they know it will be beneficial for them in the long run. Like, a really good, this is like a quote from like George Carlin that I think is extremely true, is that you don't need a formal conspiracy when interests converge. And I also think that they were told.
Ooh, that's a good one. I have never heard that before. That is a good one. Say that again. Hold up. Say that again.
Something that they do on their own. like, I'm sorry, but there's a lot of times where people will do something, even if not necessarily it's told to them directly, but that they know it will be beneficial for them in the long run. Like a really good, this is like a quote from like George Carlin that I think is extremely true, is that you don't need a formal conspiracy when interests converge.
Yep.
And I also think that they work.
He's right.
I do. I think so.
He is right. It's like if you're very successful, it's more if you know, okay, if you're successful, right? For those who don't know, if this is what I'm assuming by what he's saying, if you're very successful at something, especially something that is like a lot of people can't do, so like just say you're a famous singer or something, right? Or content creator, right? It is more beneficial for the people who are friends with you to ruin your situation than be next to you and celebrate your situation. Because if they celebrate your situation, or at least try to help your situation when you're already successful, there's nothing benefiting them other than the friendship you have with them, and that's not like something that is guaranteed for them, right? Because your friendship can forever change at any moment, at any time, with whether you notice it or not, right? So it's much more beneficial for someone to be friends with someone who's famous and probably has fame, fortune, or whatever the case may be, to ruin them and be known as the person who ruins them, than just have this big conspiracy of this massive bad thing is happening to them, right? Like, for instance, I guess I'll use Jonathan Majors. He's a perfect example of this. The woman that he was with, she benefits more to a certain extent than a friend of his. Now, because he lost everything, no one wants to deal with him. Now, every other person, even though she didn't intentionally try to get him in trouble, or whatever the case may be, or whatever the issue could have been, she benefits because now anyone who knows Jonathan Majors and knows his girlfriend's situation will give her sympathy and try to give her stuff, or at least give her the benefit of the doubt, since he's already been convicted of whatever happened to him. So no matter what you say or whatever logics you may have, it's not going to work because he still lost the case. It's a lot like if it was Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, right? People only doesn't deal with Amber Heard because she not only lied, but she was on record for lying and also had video evidence and recording and everything. And this happened to someone like Johnny Depp, who has millions and fame and fortune. Now imagine the person who doesn't have that. That's even twice as worse, right? And remember, Johnny Depp is way more of a superstar than Amber Heard, right? So there's more interest of destroying someone you know that's successful than it is to be their friend.
Because there are plenty of different ways that you can say something, and then like the courts aren't going to figure every single little instance out. They're probably not going to subpoena every single, social media account that you had. They're probably not going to subpoena, maybe personal phone numbers for something like this because it's not as serious. So there's a good chance that they could just be communicating maybe over a Discord call or anything like that that's not recorded. Like, just because you can't do something legally doesn't mean that people won't do it, especially whenever they're fighting for their life. This is like a serious situation for this company. They've lost like over $150 million in valuation.
Damn.
I think it's crazy to assume that they're not going to try to play every card they have.
Being, of course, human beings, yes, they can be coerced and they can lie. It means the documents claiming harassment.
And also, like, there could be there's a massive spectrum of inducement that you can create to make a person do something. And coercion is only one small component of that.
to the individuals are debatably flimsy. Sorry, I don't buy it. A big corporation failing, sure, who cares? But the livers within them who will have people mobbing after them forever over a he said, she said, but one side has burden of proof. So if they show said proof, LOL, it's over. That makes no sense because why the F would they willingly admit they bullied her? It means they disagree with the legal documents claiming harassment. But regardless...
Well, yeah, they're obviously not going to admit that they bullied her. I mean, clearly.
It's not adding up for her. And now Niji has proof of what she claimed was harassment, which I assume she didn't know would be shared because she didn't think the individuals would be notified that she made each person a unique document documenting said harassment. Again, no confirmation at this time that there are any individual documents made for each liver, nor again any precedent mentioned here that those would be directly shared between Niji Sanji Legal and the livers directly themselves. Which
was also a violation of the HR policy in Canada. I looked this up and it said explicitly any sort of documentation that goes through HR shouldn't be shared with other people, especially not the subjects of the investigation. Like, I mean, it literally just says it.
Lamal, basically someone's lying, or has a very, very debatable definition of harassment. No one seems to be pointing it out either, because anyone who mentions it gets called a bootlicker. Like, dude, these are other streamers who just happen to work for that company. Who gives an F about the company? Numerous livers at this time actually going on record on stream, directly defending the company. It's ironic she said she wanted to move on, but it's an ongoing court issue involving dozens of people who will refute said harassment happened because their reputation is on the line. Yet,
well, that's not really an argument. I mean, she's basically saying that they're going to lie because it's in their best interest. It doesn't mean that they're telling the truth or that they're going to say something because it's in their best interest. Yeah, I don't think that's really a good argument. Of course they're going to do that.
Conveniently, she refuses to show proof. No one even asking the right questions. That none of this makes sense from a legal perspective. Dude, if I make a tweet and point out the inconsistencies, I'm going to get mobbed. Basically, Doki Bird is suing Niji Sanji and individuals within Niji Sanji for harassment and had documents detailing proof of harassment for each person she accused. So Niji Sanji sent those respective documents to each streamer she accused, which she did not expect. And the people, those three specifically in that video, disagreed with the contents of the document, meaning they do not believe they harassed her. I think she's going to drop the case. The public hasn't seen it, but the individuals being accused have, and they disagree, which says a lot about the contents. Hence why I think she's going to drop it, because it's easily...
I don't think so. I think that they wouldn't have apologized to her, or they wouldn't have... like, if somebody had said that I harassed them, and I knew what they said...
So wait, so what I'm thinking what's happening is that she was being bothered by the company in some way that was not ethical, and she wants to sue? Is that what's happening? I think that's what's happening. I'm not totally sure. I still don't get what's going on. It just throws me off. I still don't get it. Maybe I'm just stupid. Maybe I'm just not that smart, but like I don't know what's happening. Maybe I'm just dumb. I'm just crazy. Maybe I'm just gone crazy. It's very weird to me. Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me at all.
And that they thought was harassment, I would be like, you're full of shit, show the proof. Show everybody else. Because these people could also... So think about it from this line of logic. If these people know what Doki Bird says is harassment, then couldn't they show it themselves? What was considered harassment to make her look ridiculous? Because so the implication here is that it was shared with them. And so couldn't they defuse the idea that they were like harassing her by just simply providing the same evidence that that was provided by them, provided to them by Niji Sanji? You see what I'm saying? Because, like, if I were them, that's what I would do. Like, the moment that I heard that I'm being, sued for harassment or something like that, I mean, assuming I don't just shut up and let the legal case do its job, but they're clearly not doing that by making these public statements, I would just put out the information myself. I would say, this is what I said. This isn't harassment. I said nothing wrong. And so if they, so like clearly both parties know what the content that is being disputed is. Like both parties know this is what you're talking about whenever you refer to harassment, and this is what I said that you think was harassment. There's not like a, you know, like a miscommunication there. So couldn't they just very simply and easily post that same thing themselves? Because again, it's not even her evidence, it's their evidence, because there would be conversations that this person would have with them.
Reputable. Again, I don't think she thought those individuals would be sent their respective documents, which is really dumb. LOL, yeah, she would still get a lot of support, but I guess any kind of pushback is bad. Yikes, she effectively slandered dozens of people with no proof to public. Bird only mentioning bullying within the actual company, but in no way mentioning...
This is problematic, and Daft brings up a good point here.
So I think I get what's going on. One of these VTubers, I've got their name you just mentioned, literally is getting bullied by the company. They feel like they're being bullied or being whatever case may be, and because of this, they took it upon themselves to make this statement, and it caused too much trouble. And all that great stuff. So, and then I guess they had this same VTubing person had a conversation with a fellow VTuber about the same thing, and I guess they said the same thing. They was having something similar happening to them, and because that conversation got out, it's a he said she said type thing amongst the two VTubing, I guess, content creators against the company, I guess, and each other.
A lot of the people that were in Nijisanji EN probably didn't harass her. Like, there's multiple streamers that are probably in that community that had nothing to do with it, that are getting the negative blowback for something that they didn't deserve to have happen. That is true.
If it involved...
She didn't say name, though. She just said Niji, and that it was the livers. I understand that. But whenever you paint with a broad brush like that, you clearly are going to have people that are collateral damage. That's just the truth. I'm not saying that she's wrong for doing it, but this is the outcome from doing it. It was Niji who leaked it?
This is stupid.
That's right. I forgot about that. Oh, God. I forgot all about that. It's so stupid that, like, I don't even, like, okay, so, like, let me try to wrap my mind around that. She said that she was slandering in that smear document. Doki was just happy to be back on World fucking Model. The whole statement about Niji made. Daff isn't refuting anything Doki herself publicly said. Yeah, so they were the one that said that she got harassed. Well, then, yeah, it's obviously, like, she never wanted to name those people. But even in that case, I want to say, even in that case, any of the people that genuinely think that it's not harassment know what Doki Bird thought was harassment. And they're not publishing it either.
One or multiple individuals, or whether it was the livers themselves or management or both. And she can actually be countersued, so good luck. I assume it's a bunch of Niji streamers. The tweets imply it's more than 3. While it could be more than 3, there are no tweets implying that it's more than 3, or giving any kind of number whatsoever as in regards to this bullying. But yeah, it would be stupid to throw myself into the fire, but it's also very infuriating watching people ignore glaring holes in the story. People are being witch hunted. If you're suing a specific person under a company, they can be shown their relevant documents and must be notified. No, the company didn't leak shit. They just told the people, hey, you're being sued. This is why. Here's your papers. Then next person, here's your papers. Different papers. I'm not gonna lie, there's absolutely no reason they would share her medical. She wanted to sue them without them finding out exactly what she was suing for. Them meaning individual members, which is insane. Yes, not adding up up like I said. This is a legal matter, LOL. They need to be notified and showed exactly what they're being sued for. Mob mentality, no thinking, just react angrily to big corpa. The spicy part is whether or not they have to keep their alleged harassment documents private is up in the air, LOL. Like, they may or may not be able to show it, which would completely backfire on her. So it makes...
Well, it wouldn't if the harassment was legitimate, and that could be the reason why they're not showing it. Because if Nija Sanji really thought that it wasn't legitimate, couldn't they just show the document? Because, like, they've already made public statements on it. So, like, they're already diverging from what a legal... like, from what legal counsel would tell you to do. So it's illogical to me that they would make public statements on it, multiple public statements on it, argue with her publicly about it, you know, through their content creators and also in their public channels, but then not just show the evidence that indemnifies them from doing this. Because I feel like that's what they could clearly do.
Since they want to come out...
The way I'm looking at this just sounds like a whole he said, she said type situation. And there's nothing beneficial about any of this. The only way to know who wins is just based on the suing. That's it. This is maddening. This is madness in itself. It's like, we need examples of what these things mean when these things happen, so we don't fall
pretty
this.
much.
It's madness. Like, I can't, like, this is why I can't be a drama channel. Because then you're constantly going back and forth between two people or a company or where the hell. I'm still kind of somewhat confused still. But no matter how confused I am, it's still confusing for, I think, most people anyway. Because it's like, it sounds like there's three parties involved. There's Nichi Sanji, I think her name. I think I'm saying it right. And then there's the Doki Bird and then the company. There's like three different like truths, and someone's either lying or someone's doesn't know the definition of a specific word. I'm not gonna repeat it because I don't know how TikTok will handle it. But you know, it is what it is.
And defend themselves, she kind of publicly slandered and caused a witch hunt. So it makes sense they want to come out and defend themselves. Unfortunately, no one has any thinking. This seemingly ignoring that it was Niji Sanji themselves who had brought forward the charges of harassment given to them by Selene.
Yeah, I totally forgot about that part. So yeah, it's not even Doki that did this. She didn't even want this to be public in the first place. The company brought the entire thing up on their own.
If it's not dirty laundry,
crazy.
It means she named those three, but there's more. But they're going to get witch hunted. They volunteered, so there's only one reason then. That means they found the accusations effing insane and felt strongly enough about it to go live refuting it, despite the...
Well, then show the proof, right? I mean, like, Doki Bird, you're saying that Doki Bird needs to show the proof, but why don't they? I mean, I don't understand this. It's pretty obvious, right?
Mobbing, which is why she doesn't want to show proof, because the proof is flimsy, which leads me to coming to the conclusion.
Well, that's also something, they're not showing proof either. Neither of them are showing proof. And if neither of them are showing proof, it probably means that they're not doing it for a legal reason, rather than them not doing it for, you know, they think that the proof is either too good or not good enough. I think that they're not doing it for a legal reason.
The quote-unquote harassment she got was debatable. It doesn't make what she felt any less valid, but it raises concerns of who and how the...
You know, it's shit like this why AI is going to be such a saving grace for most companies. Because when you think of it now, like for instance, if we can make an AI, let's just say Overwatch has makes an AI tracer like model, right? Has its own tracer like YouTube channel and whatever. Let's just say that. And the model is totally managed by the AI itself. Right? Or it just only turns on and turn off based on whatever content they need it for, right? There is no need to go after the voice actor or the people who make it because it's an AI, right? So whatever the AI says has no merit. Right? So if, say, the AI say it's being harassed, it's very unlikely because it's a freaking AI. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't live. It's not alive. It's literally just a program, right? The chance of it coming out of corporate, it's coming out of nowhere and just kind of like making a statement on the internet because it was somewhat in a situation where it was uncomfortable will be unlikely. This is why AI is going to look so delicious to majority of most companies, because they don't have to deal with this shit anymore after a while. They're tired of like these kids, young people with their very forever changing definitions of what certain things mean and what they are, right? And then once they can get a hold of an AI that can, I won't say the word think, but can interact with people on a very cordial, nice level, right? It can train itself to talk, speak, and all that stuff, and it can literally modify itself on how it responds to viewers in such a corporate manner or at all that there's no need to go after the voice actor or anything. If the voice actor have a hot take or anything, nothing like that. That'll be totally taken away. This is why I would see that celebrities should be cackling in their boots, because one day there's going to be a day where these people are going to realize, that statement that I'm just using an example. So that statement that Robert Downey Jr. said the other day was problematic. And because it was problematic, therefore, we may have to take him off the roster of like him coming back as an appearance as like Iron Man or something, right? So what we'll do is we'll just replace him with a fake Tony Stark or a lookalike Tony Stark, right? That looks fake enough and passable so you can't tell the difference between RDJ and the AI Iron Man, right? Or like, let's just say he's not in the suit. We'll just get someone who looks like him, or like someone. We get an AI that looks like him, make one, and then we don't have to ever hire him again. We still get our Iron Man, and we don't have to deal with a problematic person. That's where that's going to happen down the line. That might happen in the future, where someone becomes a problem, quote unquote, and then they're going to replace them with an AI. Somewhere down the line, whether it be voice acting or literally the whole person. They don't have to recast, they'll just remodel a whole person for themselves. So they don't have to cost them any more money that they have to. So they don't have to worry about them on their Twitter feed one day.
Harassment was and how justified the mobbing is, which it isn't. So, it's gonna go bad for her. No one sees it yet, I guess. Well, a few people maybe, but drowned out by an angry mob.
And this is where I would say these VTubing models, these VTubing content creators don't know that they're on their last, I'm just gonna be honest, they're kind of on their last stand here. Because once these companies get an AI, and I know that there's one that does exist, but once they start really adopting the idea of like AI VTubing models, what they can control at all points of walking of life without someone managing it and having its own personality and stuff, which they can do and they eventually will do. Once they do that, all these VTubing content creators who's having all these so-called mental issues or mental health issues, or have somewhat loose definitions of what certain things mean, will never come into fruition anymore. It will just be the thing of the past, right? Like those people are going to be the obsolete individuals that will never have to work with us ever again, and we never have to worry about them saying something insane, making a statement, being accused, or accusing someone of something that we have to deal with in the long run in the future, and then we lose money in the long run. They claim that she lost. She managed for them to lose the company about $100 million or some crap like that. I don't know if that's actually true, but it's a high statement of like money. So for that right there will be a good telling of why AI will be probably the saving grace for majority of most companies. So they'll never ever have to have a crazy employee ever again saying something that they don't like or don't follow their methods.
Dude, it's literally decipherable from the video and tweets alone. I don't know, I'm really riled up that you can basically slander a group of people, I don't give an F about the corpa, withhold proof that you had to gather for your case, and just say you want to move on. That's not how a...
Well, I mean, again, she didn't slander them. If Nija Sanji was the one that made it public, then why is it her responsibility? Like, she didn't even do it. Like, you should be mad at the at the corpa for that, because they were the ones that made it public.
Legal case works. If there was a genuine drama VTuber, he'd be asking the same questions I'm asking. LOL. Quote unquote journalism in a nutshell. If I had to guess, wait, I don't need to guess. They said to themselves, there's info in there that doxes them. But if it goes to court, it'll be public in Canada, if I remember correctly. I hope they do show it. They can show it regardless if the case goes through or not. They definitely should, but I think they're just taking their time. But it's also stronger to drop it as a whole, and they're hesitant because it contains private info. Anyways, it'll come out in time. I think she's screwed down the line, though. Those offline chat comments lasting for over 45 minutes.
That's a lot.
As returning back to Doug.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't, like, I think that what she's saying would be more valid if...
drama.
It would be more valid if Doki Bird was the one that leaked that she got harassed. But because Nija Sanji was the one that leaked it, then it totally goes out the window that Doki Bird has any sort of responsibility to justify these claims, because she never made them in a public setting.
Oh.
That's
So wait, is that what this is? So Niji Sanji is being accused of putting documents out that was not supposed to, when it wasn't her, it was the company that got what's her face in trouble with her fans, or whatever the case may be. Is that what that was?
Insane. It's like Daft probably has friends in Nija Sanji. Maybe she knows more about it than the public does. And because of what she knows privately, she thinks that, you know, she has a different perspective on it. But, like, again, like, I'm not going to write a blank check, okay? Like, if I can't see it in public, I'm not just going to assume that, oh, you know more than, you know, than the public does, and you're right. I mean, I that's not what's going to happen. And she's also friends with them, too. So I wouldn't really take it all that seriously. I think that she brings up a good point, that it's disappointing that a lot of people are getting harassed in the org that probably had nothing to do with this. That's actually true, and she's right. But the truth is that it's not Doki Bird's responsibility to remove that problem, because she never caused it. She did directly, I mean, by filing the lawsuit, but she never made that public to just like the general public. This was a lawsuit that was filed. And also, if any of the people that were named in the lawsuit, that this information was shared directly with them, along with the instances of the harassment that they consider not harassment, they would be able to show that evidence now if they truly believed that it wasn't harassment. And I think that logically, the reason why they're not is probably just because of legal reasons, but also it's because that maybe it's harassment, maybe it's not, but it's probably just bad behavior at least. That's what I would assume. Japan defamation law makes it so a company can be sued even if the statement is true, so long as they can prove malice, defamation will stick. I don't know what's going to happen. I have no idea. Doki's never said anything she'd file a lawsuit, and neither has Niji. Well, I'm saying that, like, this is what was stated in like her logs. This is all on Niji Sanji. They created this entire problem. It's insane that Daph is this hostile to Doki. Well, she probably knows more about the situation than we do, and she's also probably hearing about it from her friends that are being negatively affected by it that might not have had anything to do with this. So it's like, I think that you should just always assume that, like, people that are friends with somebody else, like, there's going to be a certain degree of bias. Why assume she knows more? Because she's friends with those people, and I just assume that those people and her talked about it privately. That's logically what I would assume. Like, if I was friends with them, I'd ask them about it personally. Sure. But yeah, I mean, if Nija Sanji is the ones that made the issue public, then I'm sorry to say, but that's definitely their that's their problem, right? The legal fight would be interesting. It would be Japan law versus Canadian law, probably. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Requested that I just wanted to move.
We've already gone through a lot of this, so I'm going to just go ahead and skip forward.
Lawyer was not something to be shared with anyone other than the legal representation for Niji Sanji. But as we have already seen, there are at least 3 EN Livers from Niji Sanji who have reviewed this document against the wishes of Dokibird. And further on, this seems like a very clear path for Dokibird, that she is only going to respond to things that are already being said. It's very clear from the jump here that the second they found out about this legal document, they immediately terminated her. And ever since, Dokibird has wanted to keep this thing private, but every time Niji Sanji makes a public statement against those wishes, she is going to respond in kind, and hopefully this response, made only a few hours ago, will be the last of this public...
It won't be. I guarantee it. This is going to go on for a while.
Yeah, I can't do videos on this. This is going to be wild. I can't
of
do
this
that.
entire situation.
And the reason why is that Niji Sanji will probably drag it out on purpose to twist the knife for her even more, because they know it's stressing her out. And that's the reason why, for example, they went live at the same time that she did. There's a certain degree of psychological warfare there. If I was Niji Sanji, that's what I would do.
But of course, we've seen Niji Sanji continue this situation and to continue bringing this up publicly, so I don't have a lot of faith in that, but we'll have to see how things play out. Now, there's also a running meme right now on social media where people are tracking the subs of Dokibird and Alira Pandora, where the joint statement was made. That was the channel it was made on, where there's a race to 550,000 subscribers on YouTube, where Dokibird is trying to gain subs,
going in different directions,
and Alira is losing subs towards that
That's so
number.
fucking
and right
funny.
Now, here's the official tally. You can see Dokibird
Oh,
at
wow.
529,000 subscribers, and you can see Alira Pandora at 574,000 subscribers. Obviously, Dokibird gaining massive amounts over the past couple of days, Alira losing a lot. And you can see it right here. Ever since the joint statement was made,
minus
on the 12th,
14K.
she has lost
Jesus.
well over 20,000 subscribers. And that is the result of really the placement of this video. The fact that it's on her channel, her defending Niji Sanji, as well as the defending of Niji Sanji by other EN Livers. This is the most recognizable place you're going to see the damage taking place, because that's where the video was uploaded instead of the main Niji Sanji channel. And also, people are just upset about what was said in the video, so that makes things even worse. But moving forward, we know she's not the only one losing subs. Niji Sanji as a whole is hemorrhaging subscribers ever since...
Yeah, and this is the point that I was making before, is that I guarantee you that most, if not the vast majority of the people on this list probably didn't have a lot of interactions with Dokibird, or probably at least most, right? Over 50%, probably didn't harass her, probably didn't have any interactions with her or anything like that. And I feel kind of bad for them that, like, they're kind of getting lumped in with this because of the actions of their org. That does suck.
The termination announcement, but it's intensified ever since the joint statement. People are really angry at Niji Sanji as a whole, and a lot of the livers in the EN branch. Right now, we have hit over 150,000 collective subs lost by EN livers from Niji Sanji. That is a huge number, and a lot of it has to do with this right here. So ever since the statement was shared by Alira on Twitter, she shared the YouTube video with her statement, it has been reposted by virtually the entire EN roster, which has made a lot of people look at the parties involved here a lot differently. Now, there were a few people, a very short few from Niji Sanji EN, who did not participate in this sharing of the document, and that was Scarlet.
So you see how every single one of them retweeted and reposted this? How the fuck can you think that this wasn't a coordinated action on a company level? Like, of course it is. It's obvious. it's so fucking like of fucking course it, like the company literally owns their existence.
Not participate in this sharing of the document, and that was Scarlet. Scarlet was one of the main people that was being focused on. This was something I covered in a video uploaded to my alt channel. You guys can check it out. I'll put a link to it in the description. But to sum that up very quickly, she essentially took action by taking action and also not taking action. When I'm referring to that last part, she was one of the few who did not share Alira's message on Twitter. However, the action she took was a very simple one, a simple click. She hearted a comment on her channel saying Kuro Sanji, which means black company, which is what Niji Sanji is being accused of. A black company is a company that exploits the workers that they employ, and they don't care about their well-being, and it's all about the bottom line and making money. And that's what Niji Sanji has been closely affiliated with ever since the termination of Selen. However, that comment would be unhearted and the comments locked on that video. But since then, really, Scarlet had been MIA, and it reached really the 24-hour mark where people started a hashtag much like the Selen hashtag where is Scarlet, because people were starting to get nervous as to where she was because she had gone silent on social
she's probably
media.
getting ready to get
People
fired.
got increasingly concerned when she did not show up for a members-only stream. As you can see from this image here, the chat was disabled for the live stream, which is very unusual, and she was also extremely late, and as we know, she wouldn't turn up at all, which is also extremely rare. But at one point, there was over 6,000 people sitting in the waiting room for her streams, and that wasn't the only stream.
People love
she was
drama.
supposed to have a regular stream as well, which she also did not show up for, but as you can see, it has been rescheduled for February 15th, but she did not show up to 2 streams.
Did it happen? It's the 16th now. Did it happen?
No. She probably didn't.
People were worried. However, it seems we have some answers as to her whereabouts. This individual on Twitter claims to be a friend of Scarlet, and he said that he had a phone conversation on Discord where he learned several things. Number one, she's okay and that she is staying currently with her mother, and she's taking a break from the internet, and she is not going anywhere. She's not terminated or anything like that yet. She's just taking a brief break.
She's not terminated yet.
Yeah, you see? He caught it too. You see? Asmongold caught it too. He said the word yet. Yet. Remember, yet is still meaning you're gonna get it, just not right now. Because it's weird how it's really strange. Like, it's really strange for her to be like, okay, I'm not gonna... She doesn't make it to I think it was 2 events. She doesn't make it to 2 events, but she's taking a break. Wouldn't it be beneficial for the company to let her, or herself, to let her audience know that she's going to be taking a break for 2 days, or at least taking a week or 2 off, probably even a month off, till she gets her whole situation, like she's up and ready to go for more like content, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's okay to take a mental health break, or whatever the hell they call it these days. Just take a break in general, right? But like, the fact that she didn't show up to her own events, or events that she was supposed to be at, and then just radio silent, and her friend that she has close tie-ins with had to make a statement on her behalf, she doing it, or the org doing it, shows volumes that the fact that she will be fired eventually, even if it's not like right now, it will be down the line.
In
soon.
members-only community post that was uploaded onto YouTube by Scarlet. Of course, that is a members-only paywalled post, so I can't show it, but it basically reflected everything that was just said. She apologized for worrying everyone, and that she was staying with her mother, and that she will be taking a small break from the internet, and she'll be back soon to, once again, stream. But that is the update on where Scarlet has been, and the update on the Doki Bird situation. I highly doubt this is the end of the Niji Sanji related drama and situation, but as always, I'll keep you guys posted in the near future if anything pops up. But for now, that's going to do it for this video. I hope you guys enjoyed. Please share all of your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below, and I'll see you guys next time.
Let me be your savior.
I tell you, the money must be good. The money must be good. if you have to follow this type of story, I'm dead serious. Or these type of stories, I'm saying. Not this particular story, but just any story in general.
Yeah, I mean,
Hey, what's up, guys?
I do think that, I think the craziest part about this whole thing, I'll link you guys the video. The craziest thing about the whole thing is the fact that Nija Sanji were the ones that published the data or the information that their own employees were harassing a former employee. Like, that to me, like, that's like the wrench in the machine where, like, it's like, hold up, wait, what? Why would they say this? And you know what I think? I think that they said this so that they could remove those employees and then blame it on them.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense. He's not like, Asmongold has a point. He has a point. Like, it's like, take, like, as an example, the writer's strike thing, right? I think certain companies took advantage of the situation where they can get rid of people who they didn't want anymore, who's been losing them money the entire time, to find a reason to get rid of them. So if they start doing this whole strike thing, we can just literally fire them, or at least give them a contract where they can't get out of, where we benefit, get rid of them and get better talent, or at least get something better. So I don't know if this was the best strategy, using this particular situation to make a former employee get in trouble with another employee saying that they're saying stuff. But I don't think it's been effective. But it is an idea to at least get rid of, because it's hard for them just to get rid of people in their organization, especially if they have a name. Because if they just get rid of them, it's going to make their audience come after them in a witch hunting way. So they're trying to avoid Twitter as best as they can. This is why Twitter should not be a thing. I honestly believe if you're an organization, a celebrity, a politician, or anything like that, don't have fucking Twitter. Don't have Twitter. Don't have Twitter. Like, don't be I just don't think any company should have Twitter. Twitter shouldn't be for, you shouldn't be able to reach out to, I don't know, Mark Hamill. You shouldn't be able to reach out to Chris Hemsworth. You shouldn't be able to reach out to Dwayne the Rock Johnson, The Rock, you know what I'm saying? You shouldn't be able to reach to these people on their Twitter. Because 9 times out of 10, not only that they're not going to respond to you, but the chances of them being, I guess they'll be nice to you, but it's just it makes no sense. It makes no sense. Because every time when you make a hot take, or at least give an opinion on something, especially if something slightly controversial to the most dumbest thing ever, that could be your career in seconds. That could be your whole company in seconds. You know, what happened to Bud Light and then all this stuff. What happened to there just shouldn't be anything close to having Twitter. Twitter should not be a thing for a majority of people of power. They just shouldn't, because it just allows the crazy people, activist people, to say what they please, and then when things go wrong, they bend the knee.
I think that's the reason why. So they can preemptively separate accountability from themselves.
Correct.
Versus those people.
Correct.
And then use them as target dummies or some sort of a meat shields, expendables, right?
Correct.
It's well, let's fire them, and then that's it. Vox and Lear are some of their biggest cash cows in the end. Oh yeah, no doubt they are. But if they're losing did they making more than $156 million? Probably not, right?
No.
And so it's probably still worth getting rid of them if they need to get rid of them. And so yeah, it won't their stock price doing that if that's the plan. 20% tank so far. Oh yeah, no, you're right. I mean, it's rumors Ilaria is the main translator for communications. So she has a huge influence on management. Maybe that's the case, man. But yeah, I mean, I'm seeing this. I don't think this is going to stop or go away in the next day or two. Doesn't make sense because none of it needed to happen at all. Doki wanted to quit and they fired her and leaked the information themselves. Well, yeah. Well, the reason probably why they did that is that they don't want somebody to quit unless they have control over it. They probably didn't like her, or the way that she quit was something that they didn't like. And for whatever reason, they didn't like that. And so they just went and tried to make it as bad as possible for her. That's about it. I mean, I feel like that's what makes sense. They wanted to ruin it. Yeah, they wanted to make her look really bad. Do you think Legal will cover the case? Yeah, probably whenever it actually becomes more public, for sure. They could have creative difference and in there. Anyone can graduate anytime. Well, you can graduate, you just can't leave, you know? That's the difference. And can't make a case out of nothing. They wanted her to not be able to do her job without them, and it backfired. Exactly, yeah. Because companies like this, as I've said before, and I got a lot of hate from some of the people in like VTuber communities for saying this, but I want to repeat myself because maybe some of them didn't hear it, and so they're not mad yet, and I want to make sure everybody's sufficiently mad. I think almost every single one of these companies and the way that they manage talent is incredibly parasitic and extremely harmful. I understand that it's a different culture over there, and I understand that we used to have the same culture with recording industry here, and I think it's bad. I don't agree with the idea that just because it's a different culture means it's okay. I think it's a worse version of management. I think that anytime that you take the autonomy away from another person, that it's bad. I don't care what culture it is, it's still bad. So yeah, I think Nichi Sanji are the ones that are getting farmed for this right now. But I think that in time it will come out that more agencies do the same thing. They have way too much control over these people, and it's unhealthy, and it creates a power imbalance that shouldn't be there. And I'm glad to see that a lot of companies that are more westernized aren't doing this. Asian agencies are known for going scorched earth. Yeah,
no,
exactly.
Not well. I would kind of agree with Asmongold to that, but let's be honest. If these Western companies had their way just like the Asians do, they will do it. They will do it. They will do it. This is why, but because Westerners are scared of criticism, we're ultimately scared of criticism. Let's just call it for what it is. We don't like criticism at all. We just don't, because anything close to a criticism is an attack on our ego. True. That's truly what it is. Because, like, let's be honest. When we brought up the idea of always on Xbox, do you see how fast Xbox, or you see how fast Xbox said, "No, we're not doing always on"? Remember that back in 2013? When everyone looked at the Xbox like a VH1 tape cable box, it's always have to be on. We don't want to be watched by the Kinect XYZ type of response. It's always listening type nonsense. You see how fast that Microsoft had to pull that? You see what happened to Clip Studio Paint when they said they was going to do a subscription-based model, and they pulled that back a little bit. They brought it back, but they just didn't make it. They quietly brought it back, right? Remember when we did the fucking Sonic the Hedgehog. When we saw how terrible Sonic is, we all, as a whole internet, bullied the shit out of a whole animation studio, just for this thing to look like what it's supposed to in the video game. You know what I'm saying? We can't take criticism. We just can't. This is why Marvel and all these other companies, whenever you make fun of their movies or make any type of statement that their movies are not going the right direction, you be called a name. You're called a name. If you're a female and you call them out, you're a brainwashed in reverse type of misogynist or some crap they say. I forgot what's the term. Or some shit. And then if you're a dude who's criticizing like Spider-Man or the latest Spider-Man or Madam Web or the Marvels, you're a pick-me. Yeah, you're a pick-me, or you're what is it? You're a closeted incel or some nonsense they say, who's just a man baby, and you know it's not made for you, right? They'll say that, right? And then when you don't go see said movie that they said is not for you, they start complaining, saying, "Why are these people not watching our movie?" They must be even more just jealous at our opportunities of making such a great superhero female movie, girl boss movie. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the problem. It's this arrogance that we have. This is a lot like when I said like how perceptive the anime girl from that, I think it was a mystery romance. I think it was more of a mystery anime, where she's very perceptive of a picture that she's seen of herself that she does not recognize, and it was made of a whole manga on that very picture, right? But I said for Western women, they will not give a flying shit, because as soon as they see themselves in the picture with the dude they like, it could be AI generated. They don't care. Right? It could be AI generated, and they will be perfectly fine with the fact that they're next to the dude that they want within the time of their interest of that dude. Right? They're not going to think twice of the picture. It could be a Polaroid picture, right? That they've never seen a Polaroid picture be taken of them before. And the fact that even exists, they will not question it. They'll be like, "Oh, I'm in this photo. Awesome. Next the guy I like. Doesn't matter. I'm not going to investigate this and try to figure out what this is. I'm just happy that the fact I'm in the video or in the picture. That's it. That's it." Nope. Because our egos are bigger than our whole thinking.
And it's like, again, if they want to go do that in their own culture, then they can go do that in their own culture. But whenever you come into an English-speaking audience of our culture and you try to play those games, get the fuck out of here.
Yes.
It's disgusting. This is not how we do things here, and there's a reason for that.
The time is right.
Let them have it, fellas.
We need your help.
Alright, so that's pretty much the Asmongold take with me watching Asmongold. Asmongold watching Asmon watching Rez as giving his opinion, me giving my opinion on Rez and on Asmongold at the same time. So with that said, I hope you guys enjoyed this from YouTube. Thank you for watching. I do appreciate it. I hope you guys like my hot takes, or at least my opinion on what's going on in the situation. I don't think I'll go and be following this story too much, unless it gets super to the point where it just can't be avoidable. But yeah, I think this was interesting. I still don't think I understand the full story. Yeah, it's like a Inception thing. I don't think I understand the full story. Maybe I got a few things wrong. Maybe the whole thing wrong for all I know. But I try to understand it best as I can. But it's a very complicated situation. Hopefully this gets resolved soon. But I don't. I believe Rez and Asmongold's right. I don't think it's just gonna go away. I think this is gonna keep going on for months, weeks, months, probably throughout the whole year at best, at most. But you know, it is what it is. So I'll see you guys in the next one. Like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Tell me your opinion on everything. So I'll see you guys in the next one. All right, we got that out of the way. Now, no more of this VTubing thing. Do you okay, I'm gonna give you guys an option. Do you want me to do another video hot take as I'm drawing, or do you guys want me to play Genshin, or you want me to do this tomorrow? We can play Genshin tomorrow. Disturbing clip leaked. Don't care about that. I don't care about that either.
Says, "Hey, teach, would you say my art's improved?"
Let me see. Who said that? Let me see who said that, because it doesn't say their name. I wouldn't say yes. I wouldn't say no. I would say it's from a scale 1 to 10 an improvement. I think you improved by like 2 points. So if you're like a 5, you're like a 7. No, that's rude. I'll be like a 6.5. Like, you're applying things, but I would say you're applying things, but what I would say is like I would focus mainly on the human body. I would not. It's better by slight, but if I would say I would focus mainly on what's the right word? If I was you, I would just mainly focus on human body. I would not focus on clothing. I would not worry about hair. I would just focus on literally just, I'm not gonna lie, just the body. That's it. Just the body. Nothing more, nothing less.
Genshin Sunday.
Let's see. Let me see.
Says I know.
Okay, Genshin tomorrow. Okay. I would just focus on those things. Alright, so what I'll do is I'm going to stop it right here. We'll continue this tomorrow. I'm still debating if I would still stream through the computer doing artwork or just stream through the computer while I'm playing game. So I'm gonna let you guys go. This is just me sketching and just, you know, like fooling around while listening to podcasting at best. Okay. Okay. And then and the videos are actually getting some traction. That's what makes this fun. I'm not just doing this because it's not working. It's actually working. For some odd reason, it's bringing more. It's not bringing more people, but it's bringing views to the Instagram, to the YouTube somehow. I guess people like reactions or hot takes because you know. So that's a good thing. So we'll see. Alright, so I'll let you guys go. Have a good night. I'll see you guys next time. I'll see you guys tomorrow. We will do more sketching tomorrow. I'm gonna try to get as early as possible so I can get as many content as much as possible. I'm gonna focus mainly, like I said, on
known user for 5, that's okay. Everyone has their own pace.
yeah, everyone's on their own pace, so don't take it like a attack. It's just what I'm seeing, but you can probably change that with enough practice. But so I'm gonna be mostly focusing mainly to reacting to anime related topics. Anything anime related at all. Let me see. Okay, so like it is what it is. So have a great night, guys. Yeah, just mainly it's gonna be just anime stuff. So tomorrow we'll just listen to like probably like anime recommendation type stuff. Just to keep it out of the way of like getting in trouble, because I don't want to get too.
Good night, everyone.
I don't want to get too locked into those drama stuff because I can go left pretty fast. So, you know, it is what it is. All right, have a great night, guys. I'll see you guys next one. Laters. Bye bye. Boop.